Greetings, my wandering dreamers, to a world where time itself feels slow and heavy, like the shadows cast upon the earth by the setting sun. Feel the coolness of the evening air touch your skin as you settle by a warm hearth, the scent of burning wood and simmering stew drifting in the air. It is the year 874, and you find yourself within the walls of a Viking longhouse, a place of warmth, of bustling life, but also of quiet peril. Tonight, we embark on a journey into the heart of what it meant to bring new life into the world within these wooden walls, beneath the flickering light of fire. In the longhouse, the hearth is always burning. The crackling of the fire is a constant companion to the people who live here, from dawn until the darkness of night. The air is thick with the scents of wood, animal fat, and meat slow roasting on the fire. Outside, the cold winds of the northern lands sweep through the trees. But here, in the heart of the longhouse, it is warm, if a little smoky. As night falls, the once lively sounds of children playing outside have softened, replaced now by the murmurs and hums of evening routines. Women gather near the fire, their hands busy with spinning, weaving, and mending. In the far corner, an older woman, her hair long and silver with age, sits weaving a cloth by the glow of the firelight. She is the village healer, trusted by all who live here, though there are some things even she cannot mend. Have you ever wondered, just for a moment, what it might have been like to live in such a time? To exist in a world where survival is not guaranteed, and the weight of each day's labor rests heavily on the shoulders of every man, woman, and child. The women who live in the longhouse are the heart of the household. Their work is endless, preparing meals, tending to the animals, weaving clothing, and caring for the children. They carry the weight of tradition in their hands, keeping the fire alive and their families fed. And in times of great need, like now, it is the women who must also carry the burden of birth. But tonight is different. A woman, swollen with child, walks among them. Her eyes are wide with a fear known to all who have ever experienced the agony of childbirth in a world that is raw and unforgiving. The air in the longhouse grows heavy with anticipation. It is not the joyous noise of a birth that fills the space tonight, but a quiet, almost mournful tension. There is no midwife here today. Only the women of the house, with their rough hands and deep knowledge of herbs, will guide the child into the world. As the woman settles herself onto a bed of furs, the fire crackles and spits, casting fleeting shadows across the faces of the women who gather around her. There is no soft bedding, no clean linen. The floor is hard, and the air is thick with the smells of wood and animal, both familiar and comforting, yet somehow unsettling in this moment. The longhouse, though safe and warm, is a place where life and death dance closely together. Have you ever wondered what it feels like to give life, knowing the world is filled with such dangers? What must it have been like for the women of this time to know that the chances of a safe birth were not always in their favor? To understand that, for all the strength of their body, there was always the shadow of death waiting just beyond the threshold of the birthbed. Tonight, that shadow looms large. The woman in labor, her face pale and set with determination, grips the rough hands of those around her. Each contraction is a reminder of how fragile the line between life and death truly is. In this world, there is no medicine as we know it, only the herbs and knowledge passed down through the generations. Yet even these cannot guarantee a safe passage. As the firelight flickers and dances in the corner of the room, the healers prepare what they can: birch bark, juniper berries, and the soothing balm of honey and water, all meant to ease the pain. But the woman's cries grow louder, and the walls of the longhouse seem to close in on her. Her breath is ragged, her body trembling with each wave of pain. She is not alone, but there is a deep sense of isolation in her struggle, for no one else can truly understand the burden she bears. Outside, the wind howls, rattling the walls of the longhouse. The men, off hunting or raiding, will not return until morning. In this moment, it is the women who must shoulder the weight of life's most ancient and dangerous task. As the hours pass, the woman's labor intensifies. She sweats and groans, her body pushing toward an unknown future. Yet, as the minutes drag on, you can feel the weight of every breath, every groan, in the air. The darkness of the night presses in closer, and outside, the howl of the wind seems to echo the woman's pain. Do you hear it? The wind's song, its mournful cry? It is the sound of a world that is both beautiful and brutal, where every moment is both a gift and a gamble. And in the quiet shadows of the longhouse, where life and death converge, the woman's journey continues. The wind outside is relentless, a low growl that seems to reach into the bones of the longhouse. It is the voice of the earth, calling, pushing, reminding the people within these walls of their place in the world. It calls to them not with sweetness, but with the hard truth of the land, unyielding, raw, and untamed. As the cold air cuts through the night, there is a warmth that flickers inside. The fire continues to crackle, dancing with life, while the women move in rhythm to the labored breathing of the woman in the throes of childbirth. The smell of the wood, thick with smoke and heat, clings to the air like a heavy blanket. You can almost taste the earthiness in the back of your throat, as if the very walls of the longhouse are alive with the weight of the moment. The women speak softly, murmuring encouragements, but there is little to say that can bring real comfort. Only the ancient rhythm of birth, the silent bond of sisterhood in the face of struggle, offers any semblance of solace. Outside, the world beyond the longhouse feels distant, though it is never truly far. The woman's body, shuddering and straining, is a reminder that time moves differently in this place. There is no modern clock to mark the passing of minutes, only the movements of the stars and the wind. The fire flickers once more, casting shadows across the space, as though the flames themselves are watching, waiting for what comes next. The woman groans again, and a hush falls over the room. The weight of the moment hangs thick in the air. The pain on her face is clear, but there is also determination, an understanding that this is her duty, her fate, just as it is for every woman who has come before her. The women of the longhouse know this struggle well. They have witnessed it in their mothers, their grandmothers, their sisters. Some of them, in their youth, have felt the sharp sting of the same pain. Others have felt the loss of those who did not survive it. There is no escaping the harsh reality of the world they inhabit. Have you ever considered, in your quietest moments, the power of such endurance? How a woman's body, despite the pain and the risk, carries on the legacy of all who came before her. What strength it must take to hold on to life when the line between life and death is so thin, so fragile. The healer steps forward, her voice soft but steady. She speaks in the old tongue, a murmur of words passed down through generations, words that carry the weight of wisdom and the burden of history. The woman in labor breathes deeply, her eyes closing as she listens to the steady rhythm of the healer's chant. It is not magic, not the magic of the gods, but something older, something more grounded in the earth. It is a song of survival, of knowledge earned through years of living in this wild and unforgiving land. The healer reaches for her pouch of herbs, her hands practiced and sure. She knows the pain of childbirth all too well. She has seen the lives of both mothers and children snatched away by complications that cannot be avoided. She has buried her own children, and though the pain of their loss lingers, she remains here, holding the threads of life in her hands. She has learned that there is no guarantee in this world, only the hope that the herbs, the prayers, the strength of the mother, and the watchful eyes of the women can make a difference. The woman in labor calls out again, a sharp cry that echoes through the longhouse. It is a cry that pierces the stillness, a cry that speaks of the deepest part of the human experience. It is a call not just for help, but for the promise of new life, for the hope that this struggle will not be in vain. It is a cry that has been heard in every corner of the world, in every age, from the beginning of time. But even as the woman fights to bring her child into the world, there is a part of her that is keenly aware of the danger she faces. The longhouse, though it offers warmth and shelter, is not a place designed for such moments. The air is thick, heavy with smoke and the scent of animals. The floor is hard, the bedding rough. There are no sterile tools, no trained midwives, no advanced knowledge of anatomy. There is only what has been passed down through the generations. What has worked, what has failed, what has been learned in the most painful and primal of ways. The wind outside howls again, louder now, as though the earth itself is shaking in its impatience. It is a reminder that the world does not stop for anyone, not for pain, not for birth, not for death. Time does not bend to the will of humans. And in this moment, time itself feels impossibly long and impossibly short. The fire burns low, its light flickering, casting erratic shadows across the faces of the women. Every breath the woman in labor takes feels like a lifetime, but the minutes pass quickly, more quickly than they should. Would you like to know what happens next? Would you like to hear of how the woman's labor grows more intense? How the fire in the hearth flickers like a heartbeat? How the winds outside continue to howl as though the earth itself is holding its breath with them? Or would you like me to stop here for now? The night outside has deepened into a blackened silence, broken only by the occasional creak of the longhouse's wooden beams as they shift in the restless wind. Inside, the fire still crackles and spits, its flames casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The air is thick with the scent of birchwood and sweat, the heady mixture of life in the making. As the wind howls relentlessly outside, the women inside the longhouse are caught between two worlds, the warmth and security of their home and the cold, uncaring world beyond. The woman in labor cries out once more, a long, trembling sound that echoes in the quiet spaces of the longhouse. Each breath she takes is a battle, a push against the pain, against the very forces of nature that demand she endure. Her grip tightens on the hands of the women beside her, the roughness of her palms a silent testament to the strength she must summon. The firelight flickers, casting a golden glow across her face, highlighting the sweat that beads on her forehead, the strain that pulls at her features. She is not just giving birth. She is waging a war against a body that, in some ways, fights against her. A body that is part of the earth, subject to the same unpredictable forces as the wild winds outside. The healer, ancient and wise, kneels beside her. Her hands are firm and steady, though her own body is weathered by years of hard work. She has seen the pain of childbirth before, and she knows the fragile balance between life and death that hangs in the air. Her voice is low, murmuring soft, ancient words, a prayer to the earth, to the gods, to the spirits that watch over the living. The rhythm of the chant is steady, grounding the woman in labor, pulling her away from the frantic, painful thoughts that swirl in her mind. But even the healer knows that nothing can truly control the outcome. It is a gamble, one that is as old as time itself. There are no guarantees, no assurances. A woman can give birth, and her body can betray her. The child may live, or it may not. There are no answers in this world, only the whispers of the past, the stories of those who survived and those who did not. Outside, the wind whips against the walls of the longhouse. The sound of the storm is loud and insistent, pressing in on the fragile walls, as though it too is waiting for something to happen. The longhouse is a world in itself, a small, self-contained universe where time seems to stretch and bend. The hearth is the center of it all, its fire burning steadily, providing warmth, light, and life. But even the hearth, with its glow, cannot banish the shadow of uncertainty that looms over the woman in labor. Have you ever felt that uncertainty? That quiet knowledge that something larger than yourself is at work? Have you ever wondered what it would be like to stand at the threshold of life and death, knowing that you, like the woman before you, could tip the balance either way? The woman in labor groans again, the sound sharp and desperate. She is growing weaker, but there is a fierceness in her eyes, a will that refuses to break. She has no choice but to continue. There is no turning back, no stopping the process now. The only choice she has is to keep going, to ride the waves of pain until they eventually break and she can breathe again. The other women in the longhouse move around her like silent shadows, offering their support in whatever small ways they can. Some whisper words of encouragement, others rub her back or hold her hand. One of the younger women, her face pale with fear, kneels by the hearth, preparing a fresh poultice of herbs. The smell of crushed juniper berries and sage fills the room, mingling with the scent of the fire. It is a comforting smell, one that carries with it the hope that something will ease the pain, that something will make this moment a little more bearable. The healer watches with practiced eyes, her weathered hands still guiding the woman's labor. She has seen this before, in many forms, in many places. Some births have ended in joy, others in sorrow. She has witnessed both, and she carries the weight of those memories with her. The strength of the women who came before her, her mother, her grandmother, and the healers of old, echo in her movements, in the way she speaks, in the way she holds this woman's life in her hands. Outside, the wind continues to howl, its voice now a part of the rhythm of the longhouse. The fire flickers again, its light growing dimmer, as though the world itself is waiting. And inside, the woman's cries grow louder, her body shuddering with the force of the contractions. Each one is a wave that crashes over her, relentless and unforgiving. Yet somehow, she endures. There is no other choice but to endure. The woman's breath comes in ragged gasps, her face pale, her body drenched with sweat. She is no longer aware of the women around her, no longer aware of the firelight or the wind outside. All that exists is the pain, the pressure, the rush of life that surges through her with every breath. Her body moves instinctively, pushing against the forces within her. She is a part of the earth, part of the rhythm of the world. She is not alone. The healer leans closer, her voice a soft murmur of words. She offers what comfort she can, but she knows there is little she can do to control what is happening. She has prepared the woman, guided her, but now it is a matter of waiting, of enduring until the moment comes. It is a moment that could bring life or death. There is no way of knowing which it will be. The wind outside howls again, the sound seeming to carry with it an ominous weight. The night feels darker, the shadows longer. The hearth crackles one last time before the flames flicker and die down to embers. For a moment, there is silence, a quiet that fills the space with an almost unbearable tension. The longhouse, the earth itself, holds its breath. And then, with a final cry, the woman in labor pushes once more, and the air in the longhouse shifts. There is a moment, a brief, fleeting moment, when everything seems to pause. The wind, the fire, the very earth itself, all hold their breath, waiting for the next beat, the next sign. Then, with the smallest sound, a cry, faint but unmistakable, breaks the silence. The child is born. The child's first cry is like a soft ripple, breaking the heavy silence of the longhouse. It is a sound that brings with it the weight of 1,000 unspoken prayers, the culmination of hours of struggle, of pain, and of strength. For a moment, everything else fades. The wind, the fire, the aching in the woman's body. The only thing that matters is the sound of that tiny cry, a proof that life has entered the world, fragile and new. The women in the longhouse stir, their faces softening with a mixture of relief and joy. The healer's hands tremble slightly as she lifts the small, wet child into her arms. The pale light from the dying fire casting long shadows across her wrinkled face. There is a moment of quiet, a beat of time when no one speaks, when all that can be heard is the steady crackling of the fire and the soft, uncertain breaths of the woman who has just given birth. The healer looks at the newborn, then at the woman who has brought him into the world. The woman, her body still trembling from the effort, lies back against the pile of furs, her eyes wide with exhaustion and relief. Her breathing is ragged, but her face softens as she looks at her child, the pain slowly beginning to ease, as though the very act of giving life has drained the darkness from her soul. But even in this fragile moment of triumph, there is a shadow that lingers in the corners of the longhouse. The air is thick, filled with the scent of sweat and blood, and there is an unsettling stillness in the room. Though the baby has been born, the weight of the moment has not lifted. The danger is not yet over. The healer, her hands practiced but heavy with experience, moves quickly. She wipes the child's body with a soft cloth, her gaze scanning the baby's tiny form with the care of someone who has seen it all, both the joy and the sorrow of birth. She does not speak. She knows that the woman in labor cannot hear the words she would offer, not yet. All that matters now is the health of the child, the strength of the woman, and the uncertainty that hangs in the air like a cloud, heavy and unyielding. Outside, the wind howls louder than before, pressing against the walls of the longhouse. The fire crackles, a soft and steady presence in the midst of the chaos. The longhouse, though a sanctuary from the world outside, is not immune to the dangers of nature. The cold can creep in, the wind can break the walls, and in a world without medicine, without modern understanding, the line between life and death is drawn not in ink, but in the very threads of fate itself. As the healer finishes tending to the newborn, she looks back at the woman, still lying on the furs, her breath slowing as exhaustion settles in. There is a quiet intensity in the room now, the silence stretching longer, the moment of relief slipping into something darker, more uncertain. Have you ever wondered how it must feel to hold your newborn, knowing that survival is not guaranteed? That no matter how hard you try, no matter how much love you pour into your child, the world is vast and unpredictable, and the chance of losing everything remains ever present? The woman gazes down at her child, her eyes softening. There is a bond here, one forged in pain, one born of strength and sacrifice. But there is also a shadow, an awareness that the danger has not passed. In the world of the Vikings, birth was not a simple celebration. It was a gamble, one that no one could predict. A mother could be lost in the act of bringing life into the world, and so too could the child. There were no guarantees. The healer turns to the others in the room, her voice low but steady. She asks for water, for warmth, for more herbs. She does not need to speak loudly, for the women know their roles. They move quietly, as if part of the same rhythm, one that has existed since the dawn of time. The fire flickers once again, its orange glow casting the room in a momentary warmth. But it is fleeting. The room remains heavy, charged with the weight of what has just occurred, of what might still happen. The woman's breathing slows, but her body remains tense. Her eyes, still wide with the remnants of pain, do not yet close. She does not allow herself to rest, not yet. There is a stillness in her gaze, a moment of quiet reflection, as if she, too, is waiting for something, for a sign. for confirmation that the world has not been cruel, for confirmation that her child will live, that she will survive this night. The healer's hands move with practiced ease as she wraps the baby tightly in a cloth, keeping him close to the warmth of the hearth. She knows that a child's first hours are fragile. The slightest change in the temperature, the slightest shift in the air, could tip the balance. And there is no room for mistakes in the world of the Vikings. No room for error. Outside, the wind presses against the longhouse again, louder this time. It is a reminder that the world outside is just as dangerous as the one within. The longhouse, though warm and sheltering, cannot shield them from everything. The child, like the woman, is vulnerable. The fire may burn bright, but it cannot shield them from the deeper cold of the world. The healer looks at the woman once more, her eyes soft but filled with knowledge. She knows what comes next. The mother must rest. She must recover. The baby must be nourished. The storm may pass, but the danger of birth remains. A child's life, after all, is a fleeting thing. It is held not only in the hands of the mother, but in the hands of fate itself. The longhouse remains still, save for the soft crackling of the fire and the occasional shift of furs as the women adjust their positions. The air is thick with the scent of fresh herbs, the lingering warmth from the hearth, and the faint, undeniable smell of blood, an ever-present reminder of the price that life demands. Yet, despite the shadows that loom, there is an odd stillness, a calm that settles in after the storm of labor has passed. The woman's breath slows, a gentle rise and fall, and for the first time in hours, she allows herself to close her eyes. She is not alone in her exhaustion. The other women of the longhouse, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the fire, watch over her, watch over the newborn child, who sleeps soundly beside her, wrapped tightly in the cloth. Each woman holds a piece of the knowledge passed down through generations. Their hands are worn, calloused from work, but gentle in their touch, firm in their care. They are the silent protectors of life, their roles unspoken, but understood in the deepest parts of their being. Outside, the wind continues to howl, but within the walls of the longhouse, it is a world apart. The fire burns low, but steady, casting flickering shadows across the walls. The soft murmur of voices fades into the background as the women take up their tasks quietly, as though the weight of the moment has drawn them into a quiet reverence. The woman who has just given birth lies in a stupor, too tired to move, too exhausted to do anything but breathe. She watches the tiny baby beside her, her eyes flicking between the small, wriggling form and the fire. She does not yet allow herself the peace of sleep. The burden of the past hours, the pain and the struggle, still rests heavily on her chest. There is a deep, gnawing sense of uncertainty within her, despite the outward calm. The healer, ever vigilant, keeps a watchful eye on both mother and child. Her hands, though old and worn from years of tending to the sick, still move with a certainty that comes only with years of practice. She has witnessed the fragile thread between life and death too many times to be lulled into complacency. The birth may be over, but the night is still long, and there is much to be done. The healer leans closer to the woman, her face softened with a quiet understanding. She knows the risks, knows how fragile both mother and child are in the hours following birth. The world they live in is harsh, and though the longhouse offers shelter, it cannot protect them from everything. It cannot shield them from the cold that seeps in, from the dangers of illness, from the many uncertainties that linger on the edge of every moment. Have you ever wondered how it feels to be at the mercy of so many forces beyond your control? How it feels to live in a world where even the smallest breath is uncertain, where survival is never guaranteed, and the fragility of life is felt in every moment? How must it have been for those women, surrounded by love yet knowing that danger was always near, that there were no guarantees? The wind outside rises again, and with it, the sound of the trees groaning under the pressure. It is a reminder that no matter how well the longhouse is built, no matter how strong the fire burns, there are things in this world that cannot be controlled. The safety they feel within these walls is not an absolute protection. It is, like everything else, temporary, fragile. The healer checks the baby once again, her hands moving with quiet precision. The child's skin is pale but warm to the touch, and for now, there is no sign of distress. The woman, her body still trembling from the labor, reaches out and gently touches the baby's tiny hand, her fingers trembling as they make contact. Her eyes, though tired, are filled with a deep love. Her breath is steady now, though it has not yet fully returned to its normal rhythm. There is a quiet understanding between the woman and the healer. They both know that there is still much to be done. They know that the night is far from over, that the danger has not yet passed. The healer's task is not only to ensure that the woman survives, but that she has the strength to nurse and care for her child. There is no one else here to help, no other midwife to call upon. The women of the longhouse must rely on each other and the skills passed down through generations to see this birth through to its end. The hours stretch on, slow and heavy. The women move quietly around the longhouse, each absorbed in her task, each aware of the weight of what has just occurred. The wind outside continues to howl, and the fire in the hearth burns low, but still it flickers, offering its steady light in the midst of the darkness. The woman's gaze shifts between the fire and the child, her thoughts momentarily drifting to the future, to the life that this child will live, to the challenges and struggles that lie ahead. Will he survive this harsh world? Will he grow strong, like his father before him? Or will he, too, fall to the dangers of the earth, of the sea, of fate? Have you ever wondered about the future of those who came before you? About the lives that began in these same moments of pain and triumph? How many children were born in the midst of the storm, in the heart of a longhouse like this one, with no one but their mothers and the women of the village to guide them into the world? As the hours pass, the fire burns lower still, and the tension in the room shifts, becomes more palpable. The baby, now quiet and content, sleeps soundly beside his mother. The woman's eyes flutter closed, her exhaustion overtaking her, but her mind is restless, still haunted by the weight of what has just transpired. The healer watches her closely, aware that the real work has only just begun. Birth, though it is a beginning, is also an end. It marks the end of the woman's solitude, the end of her body's unshared burden. But it is also a beginning for the child, and for the community that surrounds them. The women in the longhouse know that they will be there to help raise him, to teach him the ways of survival in this harsh land. And yet, even in this moment of quiet, a shadow lingers, a shadow of uncertainty. Will the child thrive in this world, or will he succumb to the dangers that lie in wait? And what of the woman who gave birth to him, whose body is now spent, whose strength is nearly gone? What will the future hold for her, for them both? The healer's hands move once more, ensuring the woman's comfort, ensuring the child's safety. Her work is never truly done. The longhouse may be warm, but the world outside is cold, and the forces that shape life and death are not kind. The night stretches on, endless and heavy, pressing down on the longhouse with the weight of its secrets. Inside, the soft crackle of the fire is the only sound that fills the space, a gentle, steady rhythm that seems to echo in the quiet of the room. The women of the longhouse move like shadows, their faces soft and serious, their hands busy with the tasks that have been passed down through generations. There is no rush in their movements, no frantic hurry. They know that there is no need to hurry. In the world of the Vikings, time moves with a rhythm that is both slow and constant. The wind outside has died down slightly, but it still whispers through the cracks in the walls, a constant reminder that the world beyond the longhouse is harsh, untamed, and unpredictable. Yet inside, there is a warmth that seems to keep the cold at bay, a warmth that comes not just from the fire, but from the collective presence of the women gathered here. They are the guardians of life in this small corner of the world, the ones who carry the weight of generations, the ones who know how fragile life can be. The woman who has just given birth stirs, her body still weary, but her spirit, though worn, remains strong. She opens her eyes slowly, the soft flicker of firelight catching the weariness in her gaze. She looks down at her child, now quiet and peaceful in his swaddle of cloth. The baby sleeps soundly, his tiny chest rising and falling with each soft breath. For the first time since the labor began, the woman allows herself to relax, her tension easing just a little, as though the simple sight of her child is enough to begin the healing process. But even in this fragile moment of peace, there is no forgetting the dangers that remain. The healer watches the woman carefully, her eyes sharp despite the years of wear and age. The first hours after birth are the most delicate, and the healer has seen enough to know that a peaceful night does not always guarantee a safe tomorrow. The woman's body may have been strong, but it is not invincible. And the child, though now quiet, is still at the mercy of this unforgiving world. Outside, the first signs of dawn are beginning to stretch across the sky, casting a faint, pale light through the cracks in the longhouse walls. The wind outside is quieter now, though the occasional gust still rattles the timbers, reminding those inside of the fierce power of nature. The night, long and filled with uncertainty, is finally beginning to give way to the early light of morning. The women of the longhouse move slowly, each of them aware of the passage of time, each of them cognizant of the responsibility they hold. This world, this life they live, is one that does not allow for complacency. It demands that every moment be lived with purpose, with caution, and with strength. The birth of a child is both a celebration and a reminder that life can be taken at any moment without warning. The healer gently checks on the woman, offering a quiet word of reassurance. Her voice, though soft, carries the weight of years of experience, years of caring for the women of this village. She leans close to the woman, checking for signs of any complications, any changes in her body that might signal a shift for the worse. The mother's face is tired, but there is a peacefulness in her expression now. She reaches out for her child, holding him close, pressing him gently to her chest. The baby stirs, but does not wake. The sight of the two of them together, the mother and her child, is a quiet moment of triumph. Have you ever felt, in the quiet moments of your life, that everything you hold dear is held together by the thinnest of threads? Have you ever understood, in the deepest corners of your soul, how fragile life truly is? To be here, to have made it through the storm of birth, is no small thing. It is a victory, a hard-earned triumph, but it is not without its cost. The hours between night and day are always the longest. They are the moments that seem to stretch endlessly, when the world feels as though it is holding its breath, waiting for something to change. The night that has passed in the longhouse, filled with pain and struggle, has left its mark on the woman, on the healer, and on all those who watched and waited. But with the first light of dawn, a new sense of peace begins to settle over the room. The danger has not passed, but for now, the child sleeps and the mother breathes easier. The woman's body is still recovering, still aching from the ordeal of childbirth, but there is a quiet strength in the way she holds her child. She looks down at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of love and uncertainty. The world outside the longhouse is still a wild and unpredictable place, but for this moment at least, she has something to hold on to. She has her child, and she has the support of the women who surround her. The wind outside has died down completely now, and the longhouse feels quieter than it has in hours. The fire still burns, though the heat has lessened, and the embers glow faintly in the dim light of the early morning. The women begin to move more freely now, as though the passing of the night has granted them permission to speak again, to begin the tasks that will shape the day. Some of them begin to prepare food, while others gather more herbs and check on the animals outside. Their movements are steady, purposeful, as if the rhythm of the day must continue, despite everything that has passed. The healer steps back from the woman, giving her space to rest and recover. The room falls into a quiet rhythm, as though the heartbeat of the longhouse itself has slowed to match the steady rise and fall of the mother's chest. For now, the world is still, and the future is uncertain. But there is a sense of peace that settles over the room, as fragile as the morning light. It is in these quiet moments, in the spaces between life and death, between waking and sleeping, that the true strength of this world is revealed. The people of the Longhouse are not immune to the dangers of the earth. They are not free from the harshness of nature or the unpredictability of fate, but in these quiet moments, they find their strength, not in grand gestures, but in the simple act of surviving, of living, and of caring for those who come after them. The woman's hand rests gently on her child, her eyes still fixed on him. She does not yet speak, but there is a softness in her gaze that was not there before. She is still wary, still waiting for something to shift. But for now, there is peace. And so, as the first light of day breaks through the cracks in the longhouse, the world outside still quiet, there is a sense of quiet victory within. The woman has survived. Her child has survived. And, for now, the longhouse stands as a shelter, a home, a place of refuge in the face of an unpredictable world. The first light of day spills into the longhouse in soft, golden rays, casting a warm glow over the rough-hewn walls and the faces of the women who now move quietly through the space. Outside, the world is waking, the pale light of dawn illuminating the earth. The wind has softened, but its memory lingers, a quiet reminder of the strength of nature. Inside the longhouse, the air is calmer now, the turmoil of the past hours fading into the distant corners of the room. The baby remains nestled close to his mother, who rests, her eyes closed, her body still recovering from the intensity of birth. The soft flickering of the hearth is the only sound that interrupts the peace in the room. The steady crackle of wood breaking the stillness like a quiet heartbeat. The women move with purpose, their tasks growing easier as the first hours of the morning unfold. They have learned to work with the flow of the day, respecting the rhythms of the earth that shape everything they do. They speak in low tones, respectful of the delicate silence that holds the room. The healer checks on the mother once again, her experienced hands gently pressing against the woman's belly to ensure that all is as it should be. The woman shifts slightly, a soft groan escaping her lips, but she does not stir. Her exhaustion is palpable, her body spent from the trial of childbirth, but her face is softer now, the sharp edges of fear and pain beginning to give way to something more peaceful, more tender. The healer smiles faintly as she examines her work. There is nothing to fear now, at least for the moment. There is, however, the quiet shadow of the unknown still hanging over the room. The child's first hours are always delicate, and though his breathing is steady, there is no certainty in the world. The healer places a small bundle of herbs near the baby, their scent wafting gently in the air. The smell of sage and thyme, the very essence of the earth, is meant to offer a measure of protection, a small safeguard against the illness and infection that could so easily take root in this world. But despite all the care, the prayers, the rituals, there is no guarantee. The healer knows this as well as anyone. Life and death live side by side in the Viking world, and the line between them is thinner than the finest thread. The other women, busy with their own tasks, glance toward the mother and child every now and then, their faces soft with quiet concern. They know that the work of survival has only just begun. They know, too, that this moment, this quiet peace, is fleeting. There will be no time for complacency in this world. The child must grow strong, the mother must recover, and the day must move forward as it always does. The world outside is waiting. Have you ever wondered what it is like to live in such a world, where the pace of life is dictated by survival itself? How the smallest moments of peace are as fleeting as the morning mist, vanishing as quickly as they appear? How every day is a reminder that there is no guarantee, only the quiet rhythm of living, the constant dance of life and death. The sun rises higher, its warmth beginning to fill the longhouse, and the room seems to exhale a collective breath. The fire, which had been reduced to mere embers, is stirred to life once again as one of the women carefully adds fresh logs to the hearth. The warmth that spreads through the room seems to mirror the new life that has come into it, a gentle reminder that despite the hardships, life continues to unfold, slow and steady, like the passing of the seasons. The woman, her body still aching, but no longer overwhelmed by pain, shifts slightly, her eyes fluttering open. She looks down at her child, who is still peacefully nestled against her, the tiny form warm against her chest. There is a quiet understanding in her gaze, a silent promise she makes to him in the stillness of this moment. She will protect him, just as the women of this longhouse have protected her, and just as they have protected generations before her. She will teach him the ways of this world, the ways of survival, and the quiet wisdom that comes from living in harmony with the earth. The healer, now standing at the edge of the bed, watches with a quiet satisfaction. The mother is recovering, and the child appears healthy. The worst of it is over, though the future still remains uncertain. But for now, for this moment, there is peace. The healer's hands are steady, and her eyes hold the wisdom of years of practice, of years of watching life unfold in all its beauty and its cruelty. The other women, seeing the healer's subtle nod of approval, begin to move more freely now, their actions becoming less cautious and more confident. There are animals to tend to, fires to stoke, and the never-ending work of maintaining life to be done. But there is no hurry, not yet. The day is young, and the longhouse is warm. The baby sleeps soundly, and the mother's breathing is steady, a sign that her strength is returning, that she is slowly but surely emerging from the storm. The healer takes a moment to speak softly to the mother, offering a final check, a quiet word of reassurance. Her voice is gentle, but her eyes remain focused, sharp, with the wisdom of a lifetime spent tending to those in need. There is always more to be done, but for now, the most important thing is that the mother and child are resting, recovering. The healer leaves them for a moment, moving quietly to check on the other women, to ensure that everything is in order. Outside, the first rays of sunlight are beginning to burn away the mist that clings to the earth. The sounds of the world begin to fill the air, the chirping of birds, the distant calls of animals, the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. Life outside the longhouse is waking, but inside, there is stillness, a quiet space where time moves slowly, gently, as if the earth itself is allowing the mother and child this moment of peace before the demands of the day call them into action. The baby stirs slightly, his tiny hands twitching, but he remains asleep, a small miracle in the arms of his mother. She gazes down at him, her face soft with the tender expression of a new mother. Her body is still weak, still recovering from the intensity of birth, but her heart swells with a fierce love, a love that is as old as time itself. She knows that the road ahead will not be easy, that the world is full of dangers, but in this moment, she allows herself to hope. The longhouse is still, its hearth warm, its inhabitants moving like a quiet pulse through the day. The shadows of the past hours, the pain, the fear, the uncertainty, have not entirely gone, but they have faded into the background for now. leaving only the soft, steady rhythm of life in its wake. The day continues to stretch before them, as long and as filled with potential as the land itself. Inside the longhouse, the fire burns low but steady, casting a soft, flickering glow that seems to follow the rhythm of the life within. The walls, built from thick beams of wood, hold the warmth in, preserving the heat against the cold winds of the north that still howl outside. Inside, though, the air feels different now. The danger has passed for the moment, and the longhouse holds an air of calm, a quiet that wraps around the mother and child like a protective shroud. The woman, now awake, is still lying on the furs, her body aching but beginning to feel the faint stirrings of strength. Her arms, still weak from the strain of labor, hold her child close to her chest, his tiny face turned toward her, his breathing slow and steady. There is a tenderness in her gaze as she looks down at him, her fingers brushing the soft skin of his forehead, memorizing the feeling of him in her arms. It is a tenderness that speaks of hope, of love, and of the future. Though that future, like everything in this world, is fragile and uncertain. The women of the longhouse move quietly around the room, their tasks mundane but necessary. Some of them check the stores of food, others stoke the fire, while a few prepare a simple meal for the new mother. Though the work continues, there is an unspoken understanding in the air. This is a time for rest, a time for recovery. The world outside will continue, as it always does. But for now, there is no urgency. The healer, her hands steady and practiced, steps closer to the bed where the mother rests. She examines the woman once more, checking for signs of any complications, any lingering issues from the birth. The woman shifts slightly, her body still sore, but moving more easily now. Her face, though pale, holds a quiet determination, a recognition of the strength that flows through her veins, a strength that has carried her through the worst of the night. The healer watches the mother carefully, her sharp eyes assessing every detail. But there is no concern in her gaze now. The worst has passed. The baby, nestled close in the swaddling, is sleeping soundly, his tiny chest rising and falling with the rhythm of life. For now, there is peace. The healer offers a small, satisfied nod, knowing that both mother and child have made it through the worst of it. Outside, the world continues to shift. The wind still blows, but less fiercely now. The earth remains cold, unforgiving, as it always has been. Yet, in this moment, inside the longhouse, life is protected, if only for a short time. The shadows of the past hours, the pain, the uncertainty, have faded, and for now, only the soft warmth of the fire and the steady breathing of the mother and child remain. The first day after birth is always a quiet one, filled with gentle moments of rest, with soft glances and unspoken promises. The woman, still lying on the furs, gazes out toward the fire, her thoughts distant but calm. Her body is exhausted, but there is a sense of peace in her that wasn't there before. She has made it through the night, through the storm, and now she has her child. The world outside may be harsh, but inside there is warmth, there is life. Have you ever felt that kind of peace? That moment when you know you have survived something immense, something life-changing, and you are left with nothing but the quiet certainty of having made it through? What does it feel like to hold on to life, knowing how delicate it truly is? The women of the longhouse move through the room with quiet purpose, offering soft words of reassurance, making sure the woman is comfortable, checking on the baby. Their hands are sure, their faces calm, but there is a shared understanding among them that this moment is both a victory and a reminder of the fragility of life. Birth in the Viking world is never an easy thing, and each birth carries with it the weight of history, the weight of countless generations of women who have come before. The healer takes a step back, satisfied that all is well for now, but there is always a watchful eye on the mother. The work of tending to the newborn is not finished. There are things to consider. The child must be fed, must grow strong. The mother must be nourished and given time to recover. The healer leaves the woman to rest for a while longer, moving quietly to check on the other women of the longhouse, ensuring that the balance of daily life continues undisturbed. The mother's gaze lingers on her child, her eyes soft and filled with quiet love. She does not yet know what the future holds for him, for them both, but there is a quiet resolve within her. She will raise him. She will protect him. She will teach him how to survive in a world that is both beautiful and cruel. The room falls into a rhythm, the quiet hum of life continuing. The hearth burns steady, the warmth filling the room as the fire crackles, its low sound comforting. The wind outside may howl, but inside, the longhouse is a place of refuge, a place of quiet survival. The women move in and out of the room, ensuring that everything is as it should be. They know that this quiet peace will not last forever. They know that life is fleeting, that the earth is unforgiving. But they also know that this moment, this fragile peace, is something to be treasured. The days that follow are filled with small, steady movements. Feeding, resting, tending to the hearth, checking on the animals outside. The mother begins to regain her strength, though her body still feels the strain of childbirth. She holds her child close, her arms trembling slightly as she feeds him, her eyes filled with a deep, unspoken love. The quiet moments of the first days after birth are ones she will cherish, even as the work of survival begins again. The healer checks on both mother and child every day, her movements always careful, always precise. The child, though still small, seems strong, and the woman's recovery progresses steadily. But the healer knows that this peace is fragile. It is a peace that must be guarded, protected, for there are always dangers lurking, always things beyond their control. Outside, the world continues to move. The seasons will change. The winds will shift. The cold will return, as it always does. And with it, the challenges that come with surviving in such a harsh land. But for now, in this quiet moment, the longhouse stands as a place of warmth and safety. And the woman and her child are safe within its walls. The work of life will continue. The challenges of the world outside will return, as they always do. But for now, there is peace. The child sleeps soundly, and the mother, though still weary, holds him close, her heart filled with love, with hope, and with the quiet knowledge that she has made it through the worst of it. Days pass, and the soft rhythm of life within the longhouse begins to settle into a quiet routine. The world outside still whispers its endless demands, but within the walls of this humble sanctuary, time moves with a steady, unhurried pulse. The fire in the hearth crackles low and steady, its warmth filling the room. The sounds of daily Lent outside, the calls of birds, the rustling of the wind, the occasional howl of a distant wolf reach the longhouse, but never disrupt the gentle peace that now blankets this small corner of the earth. The woman, though still weary from the rigors of childbirth, is slowly finding herself again. Her body is no longer a battlefield of pain and strain. The ache in her muscles, the deep exhaustion that came from hours of labor, has begun to ebb away, replaced by a quiet, protective strength. The weight of motherhood, though daunting, settles over her like a soft blanket. She has given birth. She has survived. And now, she has her child, cradled close to her chest, a tiny life that rests within her arms. The child is growing stronger every day. His tiny hands grasp at the air, and his breathing is steady, his skin warm and soft beneath the mother's touch. Each day, his presence seems to fill the longhouse a little more. His cries, though still small, becoming a familiar sound that resonates in the room. There is a quiet joy that fills the space, a joy that cannot be spoken but only felt, deep in the marrow of the bones. The mother gazes down at him, her eyes soft and full of love. But there is something else in her gaze too, a quiet, cautious awareness of the road ahead. Have you ever felt that weight of the future, just on the horizon, always there, but never fully in view? The child is here, alive and breathing, but she knows that the future is an unknowable thing, and the joy she feels is tempered with the recognition that there is still much to endure. The world is both beautiful and harsh. The very air they breathe, the very life they live, is fragile. Outside the longhouse, the earth continues its slow, inevitable turn. The winds, which had seemed so harsh in the days before the birth, have softened. The trees bend gently in the breeze, and the first signs of new growth are visible on the earth, promising the coming of spring. The cycle of the seasons continues, as it always does, moving toward a future that will bring new challenges. But inside, for now, there is peace. The fire continues to burn steadily in the hearth, casting long shadows on the walls of the longhouse. The warmth of it is a welcome comfort, a contrast to the cold, unpredictable world outside. The mother lies in her bed of furs, her body still recovering, but her heart filled with a deep, protective love. She has learned that motherhood, though a fierce and overwhelming force, is also a quiet endurance. It is the steady presence of love in the face of uncertainty, the knowledge that, despite the world's challenges, there is something worth fighting for. This child, this small, fragile life, is worth everything she has. She will protect him with every breath she takes. She will teach him the ways of survival, as she was taught by her own mother and her grandmother before her. The women of the longhouse move through the day with their usual quiet purpose. The sounds of their work, scraping hides, mending clothing, preparing meals, fill the air, a hum of activity that is both familiar and reassuring. Each woman knows her place in the circle of life, her role in the daily rhythm that has kept their people alive for generations. They move together in silence, their actions synchronized, their purpose clear. Each woman plays a part in ensuring the survival of the whole. The healer, now less concerned with the immediate dangers of childbirth, watches over the mother and child with the steady, experienced eyes of someone who has seen it all. She steps forward to check on the woman, making sure her body is healing properly. The woman's strength has returned, and the baby continues to thrive. The healer nods, satisfied. There is nothing left to do for now but wait, to allow time to pass, to allow life to unfold as it must. The mother, though still cautious in her movements, allows herself small moments of joy. She watches her child's tiny fingers grasp her hand, her heart swelling with love. She marvels at the simplicity of it, the miracle of new life, the miracle of survival. Each day, the baby grows stronger, his body filling out, his cries more insistent when he is hungry or needs comfort. The woman knows, too, that there are many things yet to teach him. She will teach him the ways of the land, the knowledge of herbs, of hunting, of survival in the harsh northern world. But for now, there is time to rest, time to heal, time to hold her child close and cherish this fleeting moment of peace. In the days that follow, the mother's body continues to regain its strength. Her arms, though still tender from the long hours of labor, are stronger with each passing day. She moves with more ease, lifting her child from the furs and cradling him in her arms. She feeds him with the quiet patience of a mother who has seen both the blessings and the burdens of life. Each day, the baby's body grows fuller, his cries more distinct. The world outside the longhouse is beginning to thaw. The snow that had blanketed the earth for so long is beginning to melt, and the first shoots of green are poking through the frozen ground. The trees, stripped bare in the harshness of winter, are beginning to bud again, promising the return of life. But the world beyond is still a wild place, a place where danger is always lurking just out of sight. The wind can change at any moment, and the cold can return with little warning. The challenges of survival remain, as they always do. Yet, inside the longhouse, there is a quiet joy that fills the space. The fire burns steadily, and the sounds of the women working, the soft murmurs of conversation, and the occasional cry of the baby are all that fill the room. The mother, though she feels the weight of the world pressing against her, knows that she has made it this far. She has survived the dangers of childbirth, and now she has a child to care for, to raise, and to protect. There is a quiet resolve in her that mirrors the strength of the land itself. She will survive. She will raise her child to be strong, to be wise, and to carry on the traditions of their people. The days pass, one after another, each marked by small victories, the baby growing stronger, the mother healing, the steady progress of life. The longhouse remains warm, a refuge in the harsh northern world. The wind outside may howl, but inside there is warmth, there is life, and there is love. The future, though uncertain, is now something that can be faced with strength. The woman has made it through the storm of childbirth, and though she knows there will be more storms ahead, she also knows that she will not face them alone. She has the strength of the women of the longhouse beside her, and the knowledge that, no matter what the future holds, she will survive. And as the seasons change and the world outside continues to shift, one thing remains constant: the quiet pulse of life within the longhouse, the steady rhythm of survival that has carried the people of the North through countless generations. The days continue their steady march forward, each one slipping into the next with a quiet grace. Inside the longhouse, the rhythm of daily life becomes familiar again, though always edged with the subtle tension of the fragility of life. The baby, now a few weeks old, sleeps more soundly, his tiny breaths steady and calm. Each morning, the sunlight filters softly through the cracks in the longhouse, casting long shadows on the floor, and the warmth of the hearth fills the space, offering comfort against the lingering cold outside. The sounds of life continue, the scrape of hides being worked, the hum of women busy at tasks, the low murmurs of conversation. The woman, though still nursing her child, has regained much of her strength. Her arms are firming, her body slowly returning to its rhythm. She moves with more ease now, her legs no longer aching, her back no longer so weighed down by exhaustion. The weight of motherhood, though constant, does not break her. She rises early, her child cradled to her chest, and begins her day with the quiet determination that has long been a mark of the women in her family. The healer, though she has seen the signs of recovery, continues her watchful care. Her eyes, sharp and seasoned, track the smallest shifts in the mother's movements, the baby's development. There is no room for complacency in this world, not even after the danger of birth has passed. The healer's role, though not always acknowledged in words, is one of constant vigilance. She steps forward now, her hands steady, checking the baby's limbs, assessing the health of the child as he lies quietly in his mother's arms. The baby's skin is warm, his movements strong, his little fists reaching out to the world around him. The woman holds him close, her gaze soft and tender, watching as he explores the space with the curiosity only a newborn can have. She gently rocks him in her arms, her fingers brushing over the smooth skin of his forehead. She marvels at how quickly he is growing, how quickly the world is shifting beneath their feet. The days may have passed slowly, but in the span of a few weeks, the child has already become a constant presence in their world. His cries are no longer sharp and frantic, but steady and firm. A reminder that he is here, that he has survived, that life continues. Outside the longhouse, the world is beginning to change. The snow, that had once blanketed the earth has melted, leaving behind the muddy earth, soft and slick underfoot. The trees, their branches bare for so long, have begun to show the first signs of new growth. The earth itself seems to breathe as the cold, unforgiving winter retreats, and the warmth of the coming spring spreads across the land. The air is thick with the promise of change, of renewal, and yet there is always the weight of the future, the knowledge that, though the world is shifting, it is still a world filled with uncertainties. The woman knows this all too well. She can feel the weight of time pressing on her shoulders. She has survived childbirth, but the true challenge is only just beginning. Raising a child in a world like this, where survival is a constant struggle, is not easy. There will be more challenges, more hardships, but there is something in her, something deep inside, that tells her she is not alone. The women of the Longhouse will be there for her, just as they have been for generations before. Together, they will carry the weight of survival. Have you ever wondered what it is like to feel the weight of the future pressing on you? To know that while one chapter has ended, the next one holds both promise and challenge? What does it feel like to know that the next steps, though unknown, are yours to take? The days blend together, one after another, each marked by small milestones. The baby is fed, bathed, and held, growing stronger with each passing day. The mother finds a rhythm in her movements, a way to balance the work of the Longhouse with the needs of her child. She feeds him, soothes him when he cries, and watches him as he grows. Her heart swells with love, but there is always the quiet knowledge of what lies ahead. She does not take this time for granted, but she also knows that the future is a fragile thing. One moment, one shift in the balance of nature, and everything can change. The women of the Longhouse are always close by, offering support in small but meaningful ways. Some help with the animals, others gather herbs, and still more tend to the fires, making sure the warmth remains constant. The Longhouse, though simple in structure, has become a place of strength. Its walls are a shelter, not just from the cold, but from the hardships that are an inevitable part of life. Inside, there is an understanding, a bond that ties the women together. They are all part of the same cycle, all working together to ensure the survival of the next generation. The healer continues her daily checks, offering advice on how to care for the baby, what herbs to use to ease any discomfort, and how to ensure the mother's recovery is on track. Her words are soft but firm, grounded in years of knowledge and experience. She knows that this time of peace, though precious, will not last forever. She speaks of the importance of rest, of nourishment, of patience. For the woman who has just become a mother, the task of raising a child will be as hard as anything she has yet faced. But the healer also knows that she has given the woman something more than just survival. She has given her the wisdom to navigate the challenges ahead. The days grow longer as spring begins to stretch its fingers across the land. The cold retreats, but it is always lingering in the distance, a reminder that it will return. Life, like the seasons, is cyclical. There is no lasting comfort, only the promise of change. The woman feels it too, the pull of the future, the weight of what is to come. But for now, she has her child, and she will savor this moment. She will cherish the quiet days, the soft moments of holding him close, of watching him grow stronger. Outside, the earth is waking, but inside the Longhouse, it is a time for reflection, for rest. The woman knows that the challenges ahead will be great, but she also knows that she is not alone. She has the strength of the women around her, and she has the fierce love of a mother to carry her through. And so the days pass, each one slipping into the next as the rhythms of life continue. The baby grows, his cries stronger, his body filling out, his tiny hands grasping at the world. The mother watches him closely, her heart filled with love, with hope, and with the quiet determination to raise him strong. She knows the future will not be easy, but she also knows that the love she has for him will see them through. And so, in the warmth of the longhouse, surrounded by the women who have always stood by her side, she finds the strength to face whatever lies ahead. The days grow longer, and the air begins to hold the soft promise of summer. Outside the longhouse, the earth is waking, shaking off the remnants of winter's harsh grip. The trees, once barren and stripped of life, now stir with the first signs of green, their branches budding with new growth. The ground, still soft with the remnants of snow, is beginning to firm as the sun warms the earth. The sound of birds returning fills the air, their songs an unmistakable sign that life continues, that the world is reborn with each turn of the season. Inside the longhouse, however, the rhythms of daily life continue unchanged. The fire in the hearth still crackles, its warmth filling the room and pushing against the cool air that tries to creep in through the cracks in the walls. The mother, now several weeks past the day of her child's birth, moves more confidently. The lingering fatigue from the birth is fading, replaced by a quiet strength as her body continues to recover. She is not the same woman who had struggled so fiercely in the hours before and after the birth. She is stronger now, but her gaze still holds the awareness that nothing in this world is certain. She has made it through the trial of birth, but now the real work begins. The work of raising a child, of ensuring that he survives in a world that offers no guarantees. Her arms, once heavy with the exhaustion of labor, are now firming as she holds her child. His cries, though still soft and weak, are becoming more insistent, more purposeful, each one a reminder that he is growing, that he is alive, and that this fragile life must be nurtured and protected. His small hands, still soft and uncoordinated, grasp at the air, and his tiny body wriggles in her arms as he stretches and flexes. She gazes down at him, a quiet tenderness in her heart, but there is also a sharp awareness in her eyes. She knows that the road ahead will be long and filled with challenges. The baby's health has continued to improve, his tiny body growing stronger by the day. He sleeps more soundly now, his face no longer pinched with the exhaustion of a newborn, but filled with the softness of growing strength. The mother's movements are more sure now, though the aches of childbirth still linger in her bones. She moves through the longhouse, cradling him in her arms, preparing meals, gathering water, tending to the small chores that fill the days. There is no time for idleness in this life, no time to sit still and wait for things to unfold. Every moment is marked by the rhythm of work, of survival, of living with purpose. Outside, the world continues to change. The snow has finally melted away, and the once frozen earth is now soft and muddy, the first signs of life pushing through the soil. The women of the longhouse, each with their tasks, move through their day with quiet determination. Some of them check the fields, others gather herbs, while a few work with the animals. The longhouse, though simple and humble, is a place of refuge, of safety, of shared responsibility. It is not just a shelter from the elements. It is a sanctuary where the work of life is shared, where the survival of one depends on the strength of all. The women move through their day as one, their actions in harmony, their purpose clear. They do not need to speak to each other to understand what needs to be done. The healer continues her watchful care. She steps closer to the mother and child, her hands moving gently over the baby's skin, checking for any signs of illness or discomfort. She knows the signs, knows what to look for, and so far, all is well. The baby's tiny body is warm, his chest rising and falling with the steady rhythm of life. The mother, though weary, is regaining her strength, her body no longer heavy with the strain of labor, but instead beginning to feel the steady pulse of life again. She is healing, though the weight of what lies ahead still looms in her mind. There is no time to waste. There are no guarantees. The healer speaks softly, offering quiet advice and counsel. She reminds the mother to take time for rest, to nourish herself with good food, and to remain vigilant in her care of the child. The healer knows that this stage, though calm, is a delicate one. Babies are fragile at this age, their bodies still adjusting to the world, still finding their strength. It is easy to forget that in the quiet moments, that life is still at risk. But she does not need to say this aloud. The mother understands. The women in the longhouse, though their tasks vary, move with the same quiet intensity. The hum of activity fills the space, but there is no rush, no urgency. The work is steady, and life continues at its own pace. The baby's cries break the stillness occasionally, but there is no fear in them now. The mother responds with calmness, with practiced ease, picking him up, soothing him, rocking him back to sleep. She is learning, in these small, quiet moments, the weight of motherhood. It is not just the strength to endure the pain of childbirth. It is the strength to care for a life, to protect it, to raise it. It is the knowledge that the future, though uncertain, must be faced with determination, with resolve. The world beyond the longhouse may be harsh, but here, within these walls, she has the power to protect her child, to raise him, to ensure that he survives. The days slip by, one after another, marked by small victories and small losses. The baby grows stronger with each passing day, his tiny body filling out, his cries growing louder as he demands attention. The mother, though still tired, moves through her days with a quiet strength. There is little time for reflection, little time for idleness. But in the quiet moments when she holds her child, when she watches him sleep, she allows herself to feel the weight of love, of hope. The winds outside continue to shift, but the longhouse remains a place of warmth, of refuge. The seasons change, and with them, the challenges of life. But for now, there is peace. The mother and child are safe within the walls of the longhouse, protected by the strength of the women around them. The world outside may be unpredictable, but inside, there is a steady rhythm of survival, of living, of nurturing. The baby sleeps soundly, his tiny chest rising and falling with the rhythm of life. The mother holds him close, her heart full of love, full of resolve. There are many challenges yet to come. The world is vast and it can be cruel. But for now, in this small corner of the world, there is peace. The seasons will change again, as they always do. But for now, the quiet days stretch on, each one a moment of survival, of life, of love. The seasons, like the longhouse itself, continue their steady, unyielding passage. Each day that passes brings subtle shifts, imperceptible at first, but undeniable as time unfolds. Outside, the earth softens more with each breath of the wind. The sun, though shy and reluctant at first, now spends longer hours tracing its arc across the sky, bringing warmth to the once frozen ground. Slowly, imperceptibly, the once bare branches begin to thicken with buds, and the earth smells faintly of damp earth and fresh growth. The cold of winter still lingers, but the promise of spring is undeniable. The days lengthen, and life continues to stir, waking in tiny, delicate increments. Inside the longhouse, there is a quiet sense of continuity. The fire in the hearth still burns steady, its heat pushing back against the occasional bite of cold that creeps through the cracks in the walls. The smell of wood smoke and the subtle tang of cooked meats mingle in the air, a familiar and comforting scent. The work of survival continues. No day passes without a list of tasks that must be seen to. And yet, beneath it all, there is a quiet rhythm that beats like a pulse, steady and unwavering. Life moves forward here, and no matter the seasons, no matter the challenges of the outside world, within the longhouse, the warmth of life persists. The mother, now accustomed to the routine of caring for her child, finds herself with moments of quiet reflection. She has recovered much of her strength, though she knows it will take time before her body fully returns to the rhythm of daily life. Her arms, once so weak from the ordeal of childbirth, are now firming, though the traces of the struggle still linger in her movements. The soft, tender touch of her hands as she cradles her baby, the quiet hum she hums as she rocks him to sleep. These are the rhythms of her days now. The baby has grown stronger with each passing week, his body filling out, his cries becoming more insistent, more purposeful. Each day, as she watches him grow, she marvels at how quickly time passes. She marvels at how he seems to change almost before her eyes. She has learned, over the weeks, that motherhood is not just the gift of life, it is the burden of time. The baby is a constant reminder of the fleeting nature of life, of the passage of time that she has no control over. She cannot stop it, cannot hold it still. And so, she watches him, soaking in every precious moment, his tiny hands grasping at the air, his soft breaths, his tiny coos and whimpers in the quiet of the longhouse. She knows, too, that there is much to teach him. The world is harsh, and survival is no small feat. But it is not just the strength of the body that will see him through the challenges ahead. It is the strength of his heart. He will need to learn the quiet resilience that has kept their people alive, the resilience that is born of survival, of knowing that life, though fragile, is worth every effort. And she will be the one to teach him. In the days that pass, the fire continues to crackle softly in the hearth, the air in the longhouse filled with the smell of herbs and cooked meats. The other women move in and out of the room, their tasks constant and steady. There are animals to tend to, food to prepare, skins to scrape and cure. They work with practiced ease, each woman a vital thread in the fabric of daily life. They do not speak much, for their actions speak louder than words. There is a quiet understanding between them all. Each woman knows her role, knows what needs to be done. And so the days pass, each one filled with its own rhythms. The healer, though her own work remains constant, always makes time to check in on the mother and child. She watches the baby grow stronger, his little body filling out, his skin warming to the touch. She has seen the fragile dance between life and death too many times to allow herself to be lulled into complacency. But for now, there is no cause for concern. The mother is recovering well, and the child, though still young and delicate, is thriving. The healer's role, though invisible to many, is vital. She is the keeper of knowledge, the one who carries the wisdom of generations. She knows how to tend to the wounded, how to care for the sick, how to ensure that life is nurtured even when the world seems bent on breaking it. Her hands, though weathered and worn from years of use, move with a quiet precision, checking the baby's skin, his movements, the sound of his breath. She speaks quietly, softly, reminding the mother of the herbs she will need, the food she should eat, the care she should take. And as she moves through her day, she offers gentle reassurance, for she knows that the road ahead is not easy. But for now, the mother and child are safe, and for that, she is grateful. The days continue to blend together. Time moves both slowly and quickly, the days stretching on as the seasons shift. The air grows warmer, though the winds still carry a chill at night. Outside, the world changes. The trees are beginning to show the first signs of life, and the earth smells of new growth. The sound of birds fills the air, and the animals that had huddled close to the earth in the winter months are now emerging from their dens, stretching into the warmth of the sun. The world is waking, stirring, shifting in response to the call of spring. Inside the longhouse, the days are filled with work, with survival. The woman moves through her day with the quiet intensity of one who knows what is at stake. She cares for her child, tends to the fire, prepares the meals, and helps with the tasks of the longhouse. The weight of motherhood, though still heavy at times, is no longer a burden. It is her life now, and though she often feels the weariness of it all, she knows that this work is worth every moment. As she watches the child grow, she marvels at how quickly he changes, how quickly he fills the space around him with his presence. His small hands grasp at her fingers, his tiny face turns toward her when she speaks, and his cries, though soft, are no longer as frantic. He is becoming a person, a small but important individual in the world. She wonders, in quiet moments, what he will be like when he is older. What path will he walk? Will he be strong, resilient, wise like the men and women of their people? Or will he, too, be tested by the harshness of the world? Have you ever wondered what the future holds for those you love? What it would be like to watch them grow, knowing that they will face trials and challenges that you cannot protect them from? What does it feel like to know that the future is uncertain, but that the hope of survival lies in the strength of the heart, in the resilience of the spirit? The days slip by, each one marked by small victories, small steps forward. The mother watches her child grow, her heart full of love and hope, tempered by the knowledge that the world is not kind. The seasons shift, and the world outside continues to change. But inside the longhouse, there is a steady rhythm, a quiet pulse of life, of survival. And for now, that is enough. The days grow longer still, their gentle passage marking the slow shift from spring into the warmth of summer. The earth outside, once cold and unforgiving, has transformed. The grass has thickened, the trees have fully blossomed, and the once barren landscape now pulses with the hum of life. Birds fill the air, their songs ringing clear, carrying with them the sense that the earth has exhaled after a long, harsh winter. The scent of wet earth, of new growth, of blooming flowers lingers in the air. Nature itself feels alive with the change, each moment a reminder that life moves forward, ever growing, ever expanding. Inside the longhouse, the heat from the hearth provides a steady warmth against the cool mornings and evenings that still settle in the air. The fire, though not as fiercely needed as it had been during the winter months, continues to burn. The women continue their work, quiet, steady, without haste. There is no rush. Time, in the world they inhabit, is both a gift and a challenge. The tasks are endless, but they are familiar, woven into the fabric of daily life. The rhythm of living is constant. No matter the season, no matter the weather, the work of survival never ceases. The mother, though now more accustomed to the rhythm of motherhood, still feels the weight of it. Each day is filled with small, seemingly endless tasks. She feeds her child, nurses him, soothes him when he cries. She watches him grow, noticing every small change in him, how his body has begun to fill out, how his tiny hands have become more purposeful in their movements, how his once frantic cries have begun to soften, replaced with the more insistent sound of a child finding his voice. She moves through her day with quiet determination, the weight of her new role pressing upon her with every action. Her body has regained much of its strength. The soreness of childbirth, though still present in her bones, has begun to fade, replaced by the quiet endurance of motherhood. Her arms, which had once trembled under the weight of the baby, are now firm, accustomed to lifting him, holding him close. But beneath this new strength, beneath the moments of quiet joy, as she watches him grow, there is always the burden of knowing what lies ahead. The world, though alive with the promise of spring, still carries with it a weight. Survival is never guaranteed, and the harshness of nature is a constant reminder. The cold will return, the seasons will shift, and with them, the challenges that come with living in a world that is as beautiful as it is unforgiving. She knows that, though the child is small and innocent now, there will come a time when he will face those same challenges. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to watch a child grow? To know that they are growing into a world that is both beautiful and cruel, a world that demands strength and resilience? How do you protect them from the harshness of it when you know that it is inevitable? How do you carry the weight of the world's challenges on your shoulders while still offering love, still offering hope? The healer, though her work remains constant, has found moments to check in on the mother and child. Her hands are still as steady as they ever were, her movements practiced and sure. She watches the baby grow, his tiny body growing stronger, and his cries more purposeful, more demanding. She watches the mother as well, seeing the quiet strength that has emerged in her. The woman has become more than just a mother. She has become a force of nature in her own right. The healer knows, though, that no amount of preparation can shield them from what lies ahead. There will be more struggles, more trials. The world is unpredictable, and fate often moves in mysterious ways. Yet for now, the child is thriving. His body, once frail and delicate, is now stronger, his cries clearer. He is learning, as all children do, that the world is full of new sensations, of new experiences. His tiny hands reach out into the world. His face lights up with the simplest of smiles, and each new movement is a small miracle, a sign that life is moving forward. The healer does not speak of the dangers that still lurk outside the longhouse, but there is a knowing in her eyes. She understands the fragility of life more deeply than most. She knows that the challenges ahead will not be easily faced, and that even the most careful of preparations cannot always protect a child from the world outside. And yet, there is a quiet hope in her. The baby is strong, and the mother is determined. There is much to be grateful for, even as they walk through a world filled with uncertainty. The other women of the longhouse, though their tasks are varied, share in the quiet responsibility of raising this child. Each one contributes, in her own way, to the nurturing of life. One woman tends to the animals, ensuring that they are well fed and cared for. Another prepares food for the longhouse, her hands steady as she slices vegetables and stirs pots over the fire. Still others work on the hides, mending the clothing and blankets that will protect them through the coming months. Together, they move through their tasks with a quiet rhythm, each woman aware of the other, each one contributing to the survival of the whole. The mother watches them, feeling the weight of their shared responsibility. It is not just her child that is being cared for. It is the community as a whole. It is the women of the longhouse who will teach him the ways of survival, who will help guide him through the challenges ahead. There is no room for individualism in this world. They live by the strength of their unity, by the quiet understanding that each person's survival depends on the efforts of the others. As the baby grows, so too does the awareness of what lies ahead. The mother knows that the world outside the longhouse will not remain kind forever. There will be storms, there will be droughts, there will be sickness. The challenges of the earth are many, but for now, in this moment, there is peace. The child is safe, and the mother is strong. There is no certainty in the world, but there is hope. Outside, the earth has begun to hum with life. The first flowers bloom from the soil, their bright colors a stark contrast to the dullness of winter. The trees sway in the breeze, their leaves catching the light of the sun. The animals begin to stir, venturing further from their dens as the weather grows warmer. The longhouse, though still nestled in the quiet corner of the land, feels more alive than it did just weeks before. But within the longhouse, time moves slowly. The work continues. The fire burns. The baby sleeps, his small body growing stronger with each passing day. The mother cradles him close, watching as he grows, as he becomes more aware of the world around him. She feels the weight of it all, the work, the care, the constant vigilance required to ensure his survival. It is a burden, yes, but it is also a gift, and she holds it with the quiet strength that only a mother can possess. The sun continues its slow journey across the sky, casting longer shadows and filling the longhouse with light that shifts and changes throughout the day. Inside, the rhythm of life has become almost a comforting constant. The fire burns steadily in the hearth, providing warmth and light to the dim, earthy interior. The smell of burning wood mingles with the scent of simmering stew, bread baking, and the soft fragrance of fresh herbs. The quiet hum of work fills the air, hands mending, weaving, cooking, and tending. Life continues its steady pulse, moving forward with an unhurried grace that somehow feels eternal, as if the world itself is holding its breath for a moment before the next challenge arrives. The baby has grown stronger still. His eyes, wide and bright, are now more alert, tracking the movements of the people around him. His tiny hands reach out toward the world, grasping at air and objects with growing curiosity. The soft sounds he makes, once simple and faint, are now more varied, more deliberate. He is learning how to speak, though his words are only a quiet murmur of coos and sounds. But each day, his presence fills the space more completely. The mother watches him with a quiet awe, as if every tiny change in him is a miracle, a confirmation of the strength of life itself. She smiles when he reaches for her, when his fingers curl around hers, his face lighting up with a small grin, a reflection of the innocence and joy that children bring into the world. Though the mother's heart swells with love, there is also a growing awareness of the challenges ahead. The days, though filled with simple tasks and small joys, are never free of the weight of survival. Raising a child in this harsh world is a daunting task, and there is a quiet hum of responsibility in everything she does. Every meal she prepares, every moment she spends soothing the baby, is a thread woven into the larger tapestry of their lives. She carries the weight of the future on her shoulders, not just for herself, but for the child in her arms. The world outside the longhouse continues to shift as well. The earth, now firmly awakened from its winter slumber, is alive with the hum of new growth. The trees are thick with leaves, their branches heavy with the promise of summer. Flowers bloom in wild, vibrant bursts of color, and the once dry earth has become soft with new life. The birds fill the air with songs, and the animals, once hidden away in dens, are emerging, ready to roam the land again. But as the earth moves through its seasons, so too do the people of the longhouse. The work continues with no end in sight. The women continue to tend to the fields, to the animals, to the fires that keep them warm. Each task is another step in the rhythm of survival. Each small movement part of a greater whole. The baby, though small and fragile, is now a part of that rhythm. His cries, his needs, his presence are woven into the daily work, and they shift the focus of the longhouse in subtle ways. No longer is it only the survival of the adults that matters. Now, it is the survival of the child, the continuation of the legacy of the people. The mother's role, though it was always vital, has grown more pronounced. She is not just a caretaker for herself and her family. She is the first teacher for the child, the one who will guide him through the early stages of life. She will teach him the lessons of survival, how to tend to the earth, how to hunt, how to understand the balance of nature. She will teach him how to navigate the harshness of the world, how to find strength in the face of adversity, and how to understand the cycles of life that have kept their people alive for so many generations. But it is not only survival that she will teach him. She will also teach him the quiet lessons of the heart, the importance of love, of community, of connection. In this longhouse, surrounded by the women who support her, the mother knows that she will not raise the child alone. The village, though small, is her family, and they share in the care of the next generation. Each woman, whether she is sewing a garment or tending to the hearth, is a part of the legacy that will be passed on to the child. The mother understands, even as she cares for him in these early months, that she is not just nurturing him for herself. She is nurturing him for the whole community, for the future that they will all face together. The healer, though her role has always been one of quiet wisdom, steps forward again to check on the baby. Her hands, practiced and steady, move gently over his small body, ensuring that he is healthy, strong, and free from illness. She watches the mother carefully, her experienced eyes noting the changes in the woman's strength, her ability to care for the child, and her readiness to face what lies ahead. The healer has seen many children grow, many mothers struggle, and many faces of life and death. But she carries no burden of despair. She knows the challenges of the world, but she also knows the power of hope, of survival, of resilience. The woman and the healer share a moment of understanding, unspoken, yet deeply felt. The healer is not just a keeper of life, she is a keeper of the knowledge that life is fragile. She watches over the mother and child with care, offering advice and reminders of the things that must be done. She teaches the woman, as she was once taught, the rituals of health and wellness, what herbs to use, what foods to eat, what signs to watch for. Life, the healer knows, is fragile but tenacious. And it is the women who weave the threads of survival, who pass down the knowledge, who nurture the future. The days turn into weeks. And as the summer days lengthen, so too does the baby's awareness of the world around him. His eyes track the light from the hearth, and his tiny hands begin to grasp at the air, exploring the space around him. His face, once expressionless, is now filled with moments of delight and frustration as he learns to navigate his tiny world. His tiny body, once fragile and delicate, has begun to fill out with the strength of life. The mother watches him grow, her heart full. But there is a quiet knowing in her eyes as well. She has seen how quickly time passes. She knows that soon enough, he will begin to walk, to speak, to take his place in the world. And with that comes the heavy weight of raising him to understand it. She will teach him not only how to survive, but how to live with purpose, how to find strength even when the world is at its hardest. She will teach him the ways of their people, the lessons of survival, and the importance of carrying the legacy of those who have come before him. But she will also teach him about the love that sustains them all, the love that ties the women together, the love that holds families and communities together. She knows that, just as she is raising him, she is part of something larger, a thread woven into the greater tapestry of their people's survival, a story that stretches far beyond her own life, far beyond her own struggles. And as the earth outside the longhouse grows brighter, more alive with each passing day, she feels a quiet certainty settle in her heart. Her child will survive, as she has survived. He will face challenges, as they all do, but he will also have the strength to face them. She will give him the tools he needs to survive, but she will also give him the love and the legacy that will guide him forward. In this small, quiet corner of the world, life moves forward. The fire in the hearth burns steady. The child grows, and the mother watches him, feeling the weight of time and legacy pressing gently against her chest. Together, they are part of something larger than themselves, a story that stretches through the seasons, through the generations. The world outside the longhouse has changed once again, the shift of seasons now palpable in the growing heat of the summer sun. The warmth touches everything: the earth, the trees, the people. The cold winds of winter seem like a distant memory, though they still whisper at the edges of the earth, reminding everyone that the cycle of seasons is never truly over. The days stretch longer now, the light holding firm in the sky well into the evening. The world outside the longhouse is alive with the hum of nature, birds in the air, insects buzzing, the trees swaying in the gentle breeze. It is a time of plenty, a time when the earth, in its fullest form, offers its gifts to those who are willing to work for them. Inside the longhouse, the rhythm of life continues, unchanged by the passing seasons, but shaped by them. The fire in the hearth still burns steady, though not with the same intensity that it did in the deep of winter. Now, it is a comforting presence, a source of warmth as the sun begins its descent in the evenings. But the warmth of the hearth is now shared with the warmth of the earth outside. The work of survival still looms large in the daily activities: gathering food, tending to the animals, weaving, mending, and preparing for the coming months. But it is done with a sense of ease, as if the earth itself has given them permission to breathe more deeply, to settle into the rhythms of the warmer months. The baby, now growing into a toddler, has begun to show signs of his own growing awareness of the world around him. His hands, once small and uncoordinated, now grasp at everything in his reach: branches, cloth, anything that can fit within his curious grasp. His voice, once a faint coo, has begun to take on a more deliberate sound: small syllables and sounds that seem to mimic the world around him. He looks up at his mother with a knowing gaze, his eyes full of questions, and his mouth stretches into the simplest of smiles when he catches sight of her. He is becoming a part of the world around him in ways that the mother has only just begun to understand. The change is subtle, but it is undeniable. He is growing, and as he does, so too does the weight of his future settle into the mother's heart. She watches him with the careful eyes of a woman who has seen how quickly time passes, how rapidly children grow. She remembers the helplessness of his infancy, when he was so small, so fragile, and now she sees the hints of his personality emerging: his need for independence, his curiosity, the way his little hands reach out, testing the world. He is no longer just a small baby she cares for. He is becoming a person in his own right, with his own desires, his own will. And that realization, while beautiful, is also weighty. For now, she sees the future in his eyes, a future filled with both potential and the certainty of hardship. The work of raising a child is not easy, not in a world like this. It requires patience, resilience, and a deep, unshakable love. And in this moment, the mother understands that her work is not just to care for him, but to prepare him for the world outside the walls of the longhouse. The child will grow into the earth, into the land that has shaped their lives for generations. And she will teach him the ways of that land, the lessons of survival that are passed down with each generation. He will learn to navigate the seasons, to understand the rhythms of the earth, to know when to harvest, when to hunt, and when to wait. He will learn the quiet strength that has been passed down through the women of the longhouse, strength not just of body, but of spirit, of resolve. But in her heart, there is a quiet anxiety, the constant reminder that survival is never guaranteed. The land is unpredictable, the weather ever-changing. The world outside is harsh, unforgiving, and filled with threats, both seen and unseen. The mother knows this, She has seen how quickly the seasons can change, how swiftly a good harvest can turn to dust, how the cold winds can return before one is prepared. She knows that the work of survival is never truly done, and that each day is a gift. Have you ever wondered, in the quiet moments of your life, what it would feel like to bear the weight of so many generations? To understand that you are part of something much larger than yourself, a thread in a vast, ever-changing tapestry that stretches back in time and forward into the unknown. What does it feel like to know that every day you spend raising your child, you are both protecting and preparing them for a world that can be both beautiful and cruel? The days move slowly now, with the slow march of the seasons, but each moment is filled with a quiet urgency. The child, growing stronger with each passing day, requires more care, more attention. His demands are small: food, comfort, reassurance. But each one is a reflection of his growing awareness of the world. He is becoming part of the community, part of the cycle of life that has been carried forward for generations. The women of the Longhouse continue their steady work. Some prepare meals, others gather herbs, and still more tend to the animals. They move in sync with the rhythms of the earth, working together, each woman contributing to the survival of the group. Their efforts are small, but their collective impact is profound. The mother, though focused on her own child, is aware of the community's support. It is a subtle but ever-present force in her life, the understanding that the survival of one depends on the survival of all. As the days pass, the baby continues to grow. His first steps are tentative at first, small wobbles as he learns to find his balance. The mother watches him closely, her heart swelling with pride and love, but also with an ever-present awareness of what lies ahead. She knows that the steps he takes now are small, but they are the first of many. One day, he will walk into the world outside the Longhouse, and it will be a world that he must learn to navigate, to survive. The journey, though filled with joy and promise, will also be filled with hardship. The woman, though she understands this, does not fear the future. She has seen the strength of her people, their resilience in the face of adversity. She has watched the women of the Longhouse face countless challenges, and she knows that her child will grow to carry the same strength, the same resilience. Her heart swells with love for him, but it also holds the quiet understanding that he too will need to learn to endure. The Longhouse, though simple in structure, is a symbol of the strength of the community. It is a place of refuge from the world, a place where life is nurtured, where survival is ensured not just by individual effort, but by the collective will of the people. The fire in the hearth burns steadily, casting light on the faces of those who gather around it. The women move through their day, tending to their tasks, their actions a steady rhythm that pulses through the space. Together, they ensure that life continues, that the future is nurtured, one small step at a time. As the child grows, so too does the understanding that the work of survival is never truly done. There are no guarantees, no promises of safety. The earth can be as unforgiving as it is generous. The seasons will shift again, and with them, the challenges of life will return. But for now, in this moment, there is peace. The mother holds her child, her heart filled with love, with hope, and with the quiet knowledge that the future, though uncertain, will be met with the strength of generations past. And so the days pass, one after another, each marked by the quiet pulse of life. The child takes his first steps, his laughter fills the air, and the cycle continues. The earth shifts beneath them, but the Longhouse remains steady, a testament to the strength of life, the strength of community, and the power of love. The Longhouse continues to stand strong, its walls familiar and sturdy against the passage of time. The seasons shift imperceptibly, And with each cycle, the world outside the longhouse changes in ways both subtle and obvious. The sun climbs higher in the sky, bringing more warmth to the earth, the once soft ground now hardening with the arrival of summer. Flowers that bloomed in spring are beginning to wilt, their vibrant colors fading under the heat of the sun. But in their place, the trees grow fuller. The air fills with the sound of insects and birdsong, and the earth feels alive with the hum of growth. The mother, though her body is strong again and her movements sure, finds herself once more in a quiet flux. The weight of her child in her arms is still the heaviest burden she carries, but it is no longer the weight of mere survival. Now, it is the weight of responsibility, of legacy. The child, once so small and delicate, is growing at a pace that feels too fast, as if each day brings him closer to a future she cannot fully protect him from. His laughter, though sweet and full of promise, stirs in her the deep knowledge that the future will be filled with struggles she cannot shield him from. She watches him grow, the moments of wonder in his tiny movements and discoveries. His small fingers reach for the world, his legs unsteady as he tries to stand. His curiosity is endless, and the way his eyes light up as he explores the world around him is both joyous and bittersweet. The mother feels a deep love for him, a love so strong that it almost feels like a physical presence in her chest. But that love is tempered with the awareness that he is not hers to keep. He is a part of the earth, a part of this world, and she can only guide him, teach him, and hope that he is strong enough to meet whatever challenges life will place before him. She has already begun to teach him, though he is still so small. She teaches him the warmth of the hearth, the comfort of her arms, the soft songs that soothe him when the world becomes too overwhelming. But there are other lessons she will impart to him in time, lessons of survival, of strength, of the earth that sustains them. She will teach him the rhythms of the seasons, the importance of patience, the need to work with the land rather than against it. She will teach him to understand the earth's cycles, the way the land must rest, the way it must be cared for, the way it rewards those who respect it. But with each lesson, each word she speaks to him, she feels the weight of what is to come. The world is beautiful, yes, but it is also harsh. The land can be unforgiving, the seasons unpredictable. The hardships of life are not just physical. They are mental, emotional, and spiritual. She knows that he will face them all, and she cannot protect him from every hardship. He will fall, he will struggle, and at times he will want to give up. And in those moments, it will be the strength of the heart that will carry him through. Have you ever felt the weight of knowing that a child must grow into the world that you cannot protect them from? How it feels to hold them close, to teach them all you can, but knowing that their path will not always be smooth, that the world, in its beauty, is also filled with obstacles, and it is only through resilience that one can navigate it. The other women of the longhouse continue with their work. The quiet hum of their tasks is a steady reminder of the world that they are all a part of, the larger, unspoken community that holds them all together. They work in silence, but there is a sense of unity in their movements. Each woman contributes to the survival of the whole, and each one is a vital thread in the tapestry that supports them all. The work continues, without fanfare, without pause. They know that the survival of one depends on the strength of all. They move in unison, tending to the animals, gathering herbs, preparing the food, mending the clothing. There is always something to be done. The healer, though her own duties remain as steady as ever, finds time to check in on the mother and child. Her hands move over the baby's small limbs, checking for any signs of distress, any signs that the child's strength is waning. She watches the baby's movements with a quiet sense of satisfaction. The child is growing, thriving, and though the healer knows that no one can ever truly know what tomorrow holds, she is comforted by the sight of the child's healthy development. She sees in the mother's eyes, too, the weight of what is to come. The healer has lived through many cycles of life, many births, many seasons, and she knows well the unspoken burden of knowing that every day, every lesson, every piece of wisdom passed on is a step towards something larger than the present. The child will carry the knowledge of this world, just as the mother has carried it, and just as the healer once did. The healer does not speak of the future often, but her presence is a quiet reminder that each child is a part of something bigger, something that extends beyond their time. They are the seed of the next generation, the next cycle of life that will continue long after they are gone. The woman, though her heart is full, feels that burden deeply. She does not yet fully understand the depth of it, but she knows that in the days to come, it will become clearer. She is raising not just her child, but the legacy of their people. The strength of the earth, the power of the land, and the resilience of the community are all woven into the lessons she will teach him. And one day, it will be his turn to carry it, to pass it on to those who come after him. She does not look for accolades or praise for her work. She does not seek the recognition of others. Her work is done in quiet moments, in the tender care she gives her child, in the love she shares with her community. It is in the way she teaches, the way she leads by example. She will raise him with the quiet knowledge that survival is not just about strength, but also about community. It is about knowing when to lean on others, when to offer support, and when to stand strong on your own. As the days pass, the baby's growth is evident. He begins to walk, his steps uncertain but determined. His laughter, once a soft sound, is now full of life, filling the longhouse with joy. The mother watches him, her heart swelling with pride. He is growing, learning, becoming more and more a part of the world around him. And though she knows that the path ahead will not always be easy for him, she also knows that he will have the strength to walk it. She will teach him, guide him, and protect him as best she can. But in the end, it will be his resilience, his heart, that will carry him through. And that is the legacy she hopes to pass on, the quiet strength that comes from within, the resilience of the heart that sees a person through the darkest days. The world outside is still full of uncertainty, but inside the longhouse, there is a quiet peace. The fire burns steadily, and the work of life continues. The child grows, and the mother, though weary, is filled with a deep, quiet joy. She knows that no matter what the world brings, they will face it together. For now, there is peace. And for now, that is enough. As the earth continues its slow but constant rotation, the longhouse remains a steady sanctuary against the ebb and flow of the world outside. The days pass, now marked by the sweet, slow heat of summer, the warmth of the sun that lingers just a little longer with each turn of the season. The trees outside have fully blossomed, their leaves swaying lazily in the wind, and the earth beneath their feet is rich with the fruits of the season. But within the walls of the longhouse, time has its own rhythm, slower and quieter, filled with the sounds of daily labor, sounds that are both familiar and comforting, as if they have always been and always will be. The baby, now well beyond infancy, moves with more confidence each day. His tiny legs, once wobbly and unsure, have gained strength, and his steps, though still small, carry a purposeful weight with each one. His hands reach out into the world, his fingers brushing against the surfaces around him, testing, exploring. His face, once full of soft curiosity, now holds more expression, his eyes gleaming with the beginnings of understanding as he takes in the people and the world around him. The laughter he produces is no longer the simple coo of an infant, but the bright, joyous sound of a child beginning to understand the world, starting to carve out his own place in it. The mother watches him, her heart swelling with every new milestone, each new word, each new step. But there is also something else in her eyes, something deeper. a quiet reflection that stirs beneath the surface. She understands, perhaps more fully than she ever has before, the weight of what it means to raise him. The world is ever-changing, unpredictable, and filled with both wonder and peril. The baby, once a helpless infant, is becoming a child, a person who will one day take his place in this world. And she knows that one day her role as protector and guide will shift. She will not always be the one to lead him. The world will teach him its lessons, just as it has taught her. There are lessons in every hardship, every trial, and every triumph. She will teach him all that she knows, but she also knows that it will not be enough. Life will give him the tools he needs, but it will also challenge him in ways that will test his spirit, his heart, his resilience. The weight of legacy presses down upon her, a reminder that her job is not just to raise him, but to prepare him for what comes next. She remembers her own childhood, how quickly time passed, how quickly she was thrust into the role of adulthood, of responsibility. She was once the child, the one who had to be taught, guided, loved. But now she is the teacher, the protector, the one who must ensure the future survives. Her mind turns to the generations of women who have come before her, who have done the same, who have passed on their knowledge, their strength, and their love. She wonders if they, too, felt this weight, the weight of knowing that the child they raised would one day face the world alone. Have you ever thought about the generations that came before you? What kind of legacy do we carry from them? What do we pass on to those who come after us? And how do we prepare them for a world that will challenge them in ways we cannot predict? The other women of the Longhouse are also aware of the passage of time. They have seen children grow, have watched them take their first steps, have witnessed the quiet shift from infancy to childhood, from dependence to independence. They do not speak of it often, but there is a quiet understanding between them all, a shared knowledge that the passage of time is both a gift and a burden. The child, though small, is becoming a part of this rhythm, a thread woven into the fabric of life. He will learn from them all, the women who have walked this path before him, the women who have survived the trials of life, who have raised children in the face of adversity. The healer, though she moves with the same quiet purpose as always, seems to watch the child with a certain kind of reverence. Her hands are still steady, still sure, but her eyes, those eyes that have seen so many seasons pass, always linger just a little longer on the baby's growth. She knows the fragility of life, but she also knows the resilience of the human spirit. She has seen death, yes, but she has also seen the power of life, how it pushes through even the harshest of seasons. She has witnessed countless births, watched many children grow, and she understands that each one is a gift, a brief but important moment in the endless cycle of life. But as much as the healer sees hope in the child, she knows that life is fleeting. There is a sense of impermanence in all things. She has lived through enough winters to understand that the warmth of summer is always temporary, that the earth, no matter how fertile, will always face times of famine. And so, she watches, as all the women do, with the quiet understanding that each day must be met with gratitude, with reverence. For who can say how long any of them will have? The child will grow, yes, but the world is never a predictable place, and all they can do is ensure that he is ready to face whatever comes. The days turn into weeks, and the weeks into months. The child begins to speak, though his words are still simple, words that sound more like questions than statements. He reaches out to the world with more confidence, eager to explore everything around him. His small hands grasp at anything within reach, and his tiny feet take him across the floor, unsteady but determined. His mother watches him, her heart swelling with love, but also with a quiet realization that the future is already here. He is growing, and with each step, he is becoming his own person. The world he will inhabit is one that she cannot fully prepare him for, but she will do everything in her power to equip him with the tools he will need. The cycle of life continues. The earth moves through its seasons, and the longhouse stands as a reminder of the strength of the people who live within it. The fire burns steady, and the women work together to ensure that life moves forward despite the unpredictable forces of nature that threaten to undo it all. The baby grows, as all children do, and though the work of survival continues, there is a quiet joy that fills the longhouse. Each day is marked by small triumphs, each step forward a victory. The mother looks at her child, now walking, now speaking, and she feels the weight of the future press gently against her chest. She knows that the world will challenge him. She knows that it will be hard, but she also knows that he will carry with him the strength of those who have come before him, the strength of the earth, the strength of his people, the strength of love. And that, she thinks, is all she can give him. The world will be unpredictable, but with those lessons, with that legacy, he will have the strength to face whatever comes. And so, life continues, each day a thread in the tapestry of time. The longhouse remains a place of warmth, of comfort, of continuity. The fire burns steady, and the child, now growing, continues his journey into the world. He will face challenges, yes, but he will also carry with him the quiet strength of his family, his people, and the earth that sustains them all. As the earth continues to spin on its unyielding axis, the longhouse stands strong and steady, a silent witness to the passage of time. The sun has reached its zenith in the sky, its warm light streaming through the cracks in the wooden beams, casting shadows that move as slowly as the seasons themselves. The days grow longer, stretching into evenings filled with the gentle hum of life, as the rhythms of summer blend seamlessly into autumn. The air is thick with the scent of the earth, of new growth, and of the cycles that govern their lives. The world outside is alive, teeming with the bounty of the season, ripe fruits, budding vegetables, and the sounds of animals busying themselves for the coming colder months. It is a time of plenty, but also a time of preparation, a time of knowing that the earth will soon rest, that the cold winds of winter will return, as they always do. Inside the longhouse, the work continues. The hearth burns steady, its flames flickering with the same gentle rhythm that has sustained them all through the cycles of time. The women move with practiced ease, tending to the many tasks that must be done each day. There are hides to cure, herbs to gather, meals to prepare, and the endless work of survival. The mother moves with them, her steps steady, her heart full of the quiet love and determination that comes from knowing what must be done. She feeds her child, dresses him in the warmth of the furs, and watches as he grows stronger with each passing day. The child, now walking with more confidence, takes in the world with wide, curious eyes. His small hands grasp at everything in reach, his laughter ringing through the longhouse, filling the space with a lightness that is both innocent and full of promise. The mother watches him with a growing awareness, knowing that each day brings him closer to his place in the world. He is no longer the small, helpless infant he once was. Now, he is becoming something more, a child who will one day carry the weight of the earth, of the seasons, of survival. His laughter is both a joy and a reminder that life is fleeting, that time moves relentlessly forward, and that the future is filled with both hope and uncertainty. She feels the weight of it in every quiet moment she spends with him, the responsibility of raising him to understand the rhythms of the earth, the cycles of nature, the balance of life. She knows that survival is not simply about strength of body. It is about understanding the world, respecting its forces, and knowing when to fight and when to yield. It is about resilience, the ability to endure when the world itself seems intent on pushing you down, the strength to rise again, to adapt, and to carry forward the legacy of those who have come before. Have you ever felt the weight of the future, the knowledge that the child you raise will one day walk alone in the world? What is it like to know that your lessons, your care, your love are the foundation upon which they will build their lives? And how do you prepare them for a world that will be as unpredictable as the earth beneath your feet? The woman, though aware of the challenges ahead, finds solace in the community of the Longhouse. The women around her, though each immersed in their own tasks, share a quiet bond, a shared knowledge that the work of survival is never done, but it is always done together. They pass on their knowledge, their strength, and their wisdom, teaching not only the lessons of survival, but also the importance of community, of unity. In this world, no one can stand alone for long. The earth may be vast and unforgiving, but there is strength in numbers, in shared labor, in collective effort. The healer, though her role has shifted from one of immediate care to one of quiet observation, is always present. Her hands are still steady, still capable of soothing and healing, but her eyes are now focused on the future, on the growth of the child, on the passage of time. She knows that the work of survival extends beyond the walls of the Longhouse. It extends into the earth, into the very fabric of life itself. And though she watches the child grow, she also watches the mother, watches how she navigates the delicate balance of motherhood, survival, and the burdens of the world outside. The healer does not speak of the future often, but her presence is a quiet reminder of the larger forces at play: the earth, the weather, the seasons, and the inevitable march of time. She watches as the child takes his first steps, as he begins to speak, as he begins to carve out his place in the world. The healer, though she has seen many children grow and many mothers raise their families, always feels the quiet weight of what each child represents: the future, the continuation of life, the hope that the lessons of the past will carry them through the challenges of tomorrow. The mother feels it too: the weight of the future, the understanding that her child will one day face the world alone. The world will not always be kind. It will not always be warm and welcoming. The land will not always yield its bounty, and the cycles of life will not always follow the rhythms they have come to understand. There will be struggles. There will be moments of uncertainty, and there will be hardship. And yet, in this moment, there is peace. The Longhouse remains warm, and the hearth continues to burn steady. The child, though still small, is strong, his laughter filling the air. The mother's heart swells with pride and love, tempered with the quiet knowledge that this is only the beginning of his journey. The earth outside continues to hum with life, the plants growing tall and full, the animals moving through the fields, the wind carrying the scent of the harvest in the air. The Longhouse stands as a beacon of safety and warmth, a place where life can continue, despite the challenges of the world. But even as the earth breathes deeply, the mother knows that this peace will not last forever. The seasons will shift again, as they always do. The earth will rest, and the challenges of survival will return. The woman, though she feels the weight of time pressing against her, does not fear it. She has seen the resilience of the earth, the resilience of her people. She has watched them endure, watched them survive, watched them thrive. The world may be uncertain, but the strength of the heart, of the spirit, is unwavering. And though she cannot shield her child from all the challenges that lie ahead, she can teach him the lessons of survival. She can prepare him to face the world with strength, with love, and with the quiet resilience that has carried their people for generations. As the sun sets on another long day, the Longhouse remains a place of warmth, a place of refuge. The child sleeps soundly, his small body nestled in the warmth of the furs. The mother watches him, her heart full of love, and the quiet knowledge that this child, though small now, will one day carry the weight of their people's legacy. And when the world changes again, when the seasons shift and the winds blow cold, he will be ready. For now, she has done all she can. She has given him the foundation he will need to face the world, and with each passing day, he will grow stronger, just as the earth grows stronger after each storm. The hearth burns steady, casting its warm glow across the longhouse, and the quiet pulse of life continues. The baby grows, the mother watches, and the seasons turn. And in the quiet moments of peace, they are reminded that life, though fleeting, is a gift, and survival is never a solitary endeavor. The earth, forever shifting, continues its endless dance, imperceptible yet constant. The longhouse remains as steadfast as ever, holding within its walls the warmth of community, the shelter from the unforgiving world outside. As summer lingers, so too does the sense of time's quiet, inevitable march. The days are long and full, the sun setting lazily behind the trees, the golden light stretching across the land, casting its warmth on the faces of those who labor within. The longhouse stands strong, its beams solid against the weight of the world. But the mother, though filled with pride and a deep, unspoken joy as she watches her child grow, feels the subtle shifts within herself. The days are not as they once were. Her body, though still strong, now carries the quiet marks of motherhood, the stretch of time, the sacrifices, the weight of responsibility. The child, once small and fragile, has grown, his hands more steady now, his eyes more curious, always seeking. He stands with more confidence, taking hesitant steps as he explores the space around him. His laugh is a regular sound now, a sound that echoes through the longhouse with a joy that has become familiar, comforting. The world outside continues its slow, persistent turn. The harvest draws near, and the earth, once rich with the promise of summer, is beginning to show signs of fatigue. The fields are growing heavy with grain and vegetables, the trees sagging under the weight of their fruit. The longhouse has already begun preparations, storing what they can for the coming months. There is always work to be done. The seasons change quickly in these parts, and they are always at the mercy of nature's whims. But for now, the world is abundant, and within the longhouse, there is a sense of peace that fills the air, despite the ever-present knowledge that survival depends on the work they do today. The child, now more aware of the world around him, is an active part of the day's rhythm. His tiny hands reach for everything within his grasp. He observes, learns, and mimics the actions of those around him, his curious gaze fixed on the women as they move about their tasks. His mother watches him, a quiet awe in her heart. She has watched him take his first steps, watched him grow stronger, and now she watches as he learns to communicate, his small voice calling out in babbling syllables that are more effort than meaning, yet she understands them nonetheless. She knows that his journey, though just beginning, will soon take him beyond these walls, into a world that will be shaped by the lessons she imparts to him. But there is something in her eyes, something deeper than the pride a mother feels for her child's first steps. It is the weight of the world. For though he is growing strong, and though there is joy in his every movement, the mother knows that the road ahead will not be easy. The world is unforgiving, and no matter how much love and care she gives him, he will one day face the trials of life on his own. The healer, though busy with her own duties, has found time to watch the child grow. Her eyes, wise and weathered with years of experience, take in every change, every shift in the small boy's movements. She knows that the work of raising a child is never easy, and that the true test comes not in the early years, but in the years to follow. The years when the child steps into the world on his own, when he faces the harshness of life outside the safety of the longhouse. And so, as the child grows, the weight of legacy grows too. The mother is not just raising a child, she is raising the next generation of their people. She is preparing him for a world that is both beautiful and brutal, where the seasons can turn in an instant, where survival depends on the strength of heart and the resilience of the spirit. The work is never done. There is always something more to be done, something new to teach. And yet, there are moments of peace, small moments that remind her of the quiet joys of motherhood. Watching her child's laughter fill the longhouse, watching his tiny hands grasp for the world. These moments are fleeting, but they are precious. There is a quiet understanding among the women of the longhouse. They know that the cycles of life are long, and that each generation carries the weight of the one before it. The elders, though their bodies are not as strong as they once were, continue to pass on their knowledge. The healer speaks quietly to the younger women, teaching them the ways of herbs, of healing, of survival. She speaks not just of the practical things, but of the deeper wisdom that comes with age, the wisdom of patience, of knowing when to act and when to wait, of understanding the rhythms of nature. The community is built on this knowledge, on the passing of wisdom from one generation to the next. The mothers raise their children together, each woman playing a part in the survival of the whole. The young ones are taught by the elders, learning not just the skills of survival, but the deeper lessons that come with living in a world that is always shifting, always changing. It is in these moments of shared labor that the future is shaped, each woman teaching, each one learning, until the roles reverse and the next generation takes its place. But even as the child grows and learns, there is a constant awareness that time is fleeting. The child will soon be older, and the woman who is now the teacher will soon become the one who is taught. The longhouse will stand, the seasons will change, and one day the child will be the one to lead, the one to take on the weight of the legacy that has been passed down to him. The lessons, though simple, are profound. The earth, the seasons, the cycles of life, all of these shape who they are and who they will become. The work of the longhouse will continue, and the child will take his place in that work, just as his mother did before him. As the sun sets on another day, the longhouse grows quieter, the work of the day done. The fire burns low, casting long shadows across the room. The child sleeps soundly, his tiny body curled up in the warmth of the furs, his breathing steady and calm. The mother watches him for a moment, her heart full of love, and then, with a quiet sigh, she turns to the task at hand. The work is never truly done. There is always more to be done, more to teach, more to pass on. But in this quiet moment, there is peace. And so the cycle continues, as it always has, as it always will. The longhouse stands strong against the passage of time, and the women who live within it continue their work, their lives marked by the rhythms of the earth, the seasons, and the generations that come and go. The future is always ahead, and the past lingers in every task, every lesson, every moment shared. The child grows, and the mother's heart swells with love, tempered by the understanding that the world will be both beautiful and cruel. But she is not alone in this. She has the strength of the community, the wisdom of the past, and the love of the generations before her. And with each new step, the future becomes a little clearer. The work is never truly done, but each day, each moment, is a step closer to the future they are all building together. The seasons continue to weave their endless tapestry, each thread a delicate part of the larger whole. The longhouse, though filled with the steady rhythm of life, stands in the midst of change, a shelter from the harsh winds of winter and the uncertain promises of spring. The sun lingers longer in the sky each day, casting its warm rays over the earth. But the days are not without their struggle. The heat of summer, though welcome, is tempered by the knowledge that the cold will always return. The earth is alive, but it is always teetering on the edge of its own fragility. Inside the longhouse, the work continues, steady as the heartbeat of the land itself. The fire in the hearth is a constant presence, its warmth filling the room as the women of the longhouse move about their tasks. The mother, now seasoned in the ways of raising her child, has found a rhythm in her life that is both familiar and ever evolving. Each day brings new lessons, not only for her child, but for herself as well. The days are filled with the simple but essential work of survival: cooking, mending, gathering, and teaching. But beneath that work runs a current of something deeper: the knowledge that each action, each choice, is a thread in the fabric of a legacy that stretches far beyond this generation. Her child, now growing more independent, moves with a confidence that marks his own understanding of the world. His legs are steady, his hands reach for everything within his grasp, and his voice, once filled with only cries and coos, is now filled with simple words. He is learning, watching, taking in the world with a quiet but fierce curiosity. And the mother watches him, her heart swelling with pride and love, but also with the quiet awareness that his growth is a mirror of her own. He is no longer just a baby to care for, but a child to teach, to guide, and to prepare for the future that is both known and unknowable. She often finds herself thinking about the world that he will inherit, the world that will demand resilience, strength, and wisdom. She knows that no matter how much she teaches him, no matter how much she prepares him, there will always be things that are beyond her control. The world is wild, unpredictable, and full of danger. The earth itself can be both nurturing and cruel, and the land they call home does not give freely. Survival in this world is not guaranteed, and it is a lesson that her child must learn for himself. But she can give him the tools, wisdom, patience, and the strength to endure. She can show him the way, but it will be his journey to walk. The other women of the longhouse, though busy with their own tasks, watch the mother and child with quiet understanding. They see the changes in him, the way he grows more aware of his surroundings, the way his small hands reach out for the world, testing it, learning from it. And they see the mother, too, the way she carries herself, with the quiet confidence of someone who has learned the rhythm of life. They see in her eyes the same understanding they have all come to know: that life is both precious and fragile, and that the future must be shaped with care and patience. The healer, though her hands are always busy with the work of tending to the sick, the wounded, and the elderly, finds time to watch the child as well. Her eyes, though wise and knowing, soften when she looks at him. She sees the same potential in him that she has seen in so many before him, the quiet spark of life that grows with each passing day. She knows, too, that the path ahead will not be without its struggles. But she also knows that he has the strength to endure, the strength to learn, the strength to grow. The healer, though she does not speak of it often, is keenly aware of the cycle of life. She has seen many seasons pass, and she has seen many children grow into adults. Many mothers raise their children and send them out into the world. And with each cycle, she sees the same thread that runs through them all: the quiet wisdom that is passed down, not just through words, but through action. It is in the way the mother cares for her child, in the way she teaches him the rhythms of the earth, the way she instills in him the understanding that survival is a delicate balance between respect and resilience. It is in the way the women of the longhouse work together, each one contributing her strength, her wisdom, and her knowledge to the greater whole. The healer smiles to herself as she watches the mother and child, her hands busy with her own work. She knows that this is how life continues, how the future is shaped. It is in these small, quiet moments, in the passing down of knowledge and wisdom, that the strength of the community endures. The child will learn, as all children do, through the love and care of those around him. He will learn through the examples set before him, through the lessons of the earth, the lessons of survival, and the lessons of love. The work of survival never ends. but neither does the work of nurturing life. And in the quiet moments, when the fire burns low, when the winds outside are soft, the women of the Longhouse share in the knowledge that they are not just surviving. They are shaping the future, passing down the strength of the generations before them, so that those who come after them will be able to walk the same path. It is a legacy that stretches beyond the walls of the Longhouse, beyond the walls of their own lives, into a future that they may never see. The baby, though still small, is becoming a part of the larger rhythm of life. His steps are more confident now, his words more distinct. He reaches for his mother with a knowing smile, his tiny hands outstretched, ready to explore the world. The mother lifts him in her arms, holding him close, feeling the warmth of his small body against her chest. She kisses the top of his head, her heart full of love, of hope, and of the quiet understanding that this is only the beginning. The future is uncertain, but it is also full of possibility. The child will grow, and with each step, he will become more and more a part of the earth, a part of the community, a part of the legacy that has been passed down to him. And as he grows, he will learn to carry that legacy forward, just as his mother has, just as the women of the Longhouse have before her. And as the fire in the hearth burns steady and the women continue their work, they know that the legacy of life, of survival, and of love will continue, as it always has, as it always will. For though the earth is unpredictable, though life is fragile, there is strength in the cycles, in the passing down of knowledge, and in the quiet resilience of the people who live upon it. The days slip by with the slow inevitability of the changing seasons. Time feels stretched and suspended, each moment delicate and fragile like the life unfolding within the walls of the Longhouse. The earth outside, having been generously warmed by the sun, now begins to soften with the heavy rains of autumn, signaling that the long days of summer are gradually giving way to a cooler, quieter time. The wind, once warm and gentle, now carries a hint of the chill that will soon sweep across the land. But within the walls of the Longhouse, the warmth of the fire and the rhythm of daily life remain constant. The work continues, as it always has, steady and unyielding. The child, now a toddler, grows stronger with each passing day. His small body, once so fragile and dependent, is now filled with the confident movements of one who is beginning to understand the world around him. His steps are more sure now, though they are still wobbly at times. His hands, which once grasped for anything in reach, are now more discerning, reaching with purpose, exploring his world with curiosity and wonder. His laugh, a bright sound that fills the Longhouse with joy, is no longer an innocent coo, but the unmistakable sound of a child who is discovering the depths of life. The mother, though still deeply entrenched in the rhythm of survival, has begun to see the quiet changes in her child, the moments of wonder, the small discoveries, and the joys of watching him grow into a little person are both beautiful and bittersweet. She sees the way he watches the other women, the way he mimics their movements, learning from them, as she once did. It is a reminder that time moves forward inexorably, and that her child will soon be faced with the same challenges she has known: the weight of survival, the burden of responsibility, and the power of legacy. Have you ever experienced that quiet ache of seeing a child grow, knowing that each day brings them closer to the future that awaits? The future that you cannot shield them from, no matter how hard you try? What does it feel like to know that the child you raise will one day leave your care and enter a world that will test them in ways you cannot predict? The days are filled with the familiar work of survival. The women of the Longhouse move in and out of the room, each carrying out their tasks, gathering food, tending to animals, mending clothing, and preparing for the coming cold. The child, now walking with more assurance, follows them as they move about their work, his curious eyes tracking their every movement. The mother watches him as he toddles around, his small hands reaching for whatever is within his grasp. She can see that he is beginning to understand the world around him, beginning to understand that this is a place where survival is a shared responsibility. The healer, though her role has often been one of quiet observation, has begun to take a more active role in the child's care. Her eyes, though wise with age, soften when she watches him. She sees the spark of life in him, the curiosity that drives him to explore, to test, to learn. The healer knows that the future is uncertain, but she also knows that the child's survival will depend on what he learns now, the wisdom he gains, the lessons that are passed down through generations. She has seen so many children grow into adulthood, and though each one faces its own unique struggles, she also knows that the wisdom of the past can help guide them through the challenges ahead. The healer moves closer to the child, her hands moving gently over his tiny limbs. She checks his health, making sure there are no signs of illness, no sign that something could threaten his small body. Though the healer knows that the world is full of risks, she also knows that the child's resilience, his strength, and his connection to the land will give him the tools he needs to face what lies ahead. The mother watches the healer, feeling the quiet understanding that has passed between them for so long. The healer is not just tending to the body, she is tending to the spirit, ensuring that the child is not just surviving, but thriving, growing in the way the earth intended. The mother feels the weight of the healer's eyes on her as well, and she knows that the path ahead is not only for the child to walk, it is a path they will walk together, through the cycles of life, through the seasons, through the burdens of survival. In the quiet moments of the day, as the child sleeps peacefully in the warmth of the furs, the mother often finds herself reflecting on the years ahead. She knows that she is not just raising her child in this longhouse, she is raising him for the world that lies beyond. The world will not always be kind. The winds will change, the earth will shake, and the seasons will turn again. But she will teach him what she knows: how to respect the earth, how to read the signs, how to work with the world, not against it. Her thoughts often wander to the future, to the moment when the child will walk into the world on his own, when he will take the lessons she has taught him and carry them forward. She knows that the lessons are not just about surviving, but about thriving, about understanding the world, about knowing when to fight and when to yield, about having the strength to endure and the wisdom to know that life is not something to be taken for granted. But the mother also knows that it is not just the child who must learn. She, too, must continue to learn. The world does not stand still, and neither can she. As the child grows, so must she. She must learn to let go, to trust in the wisdom of the earth and the strength of the community. The women of the Longhouse have taught her, have shown her the power of unity, of shared labor, of the knowledge that each person's survival is tied to the survival of the whole. It is not just the mother who raises the child. It is the entire community. The child will grow up knowing that he is a part of something larger than himself, that he is not just an individual, but a thread in a much larger tapestry. The sun sets on another day, and the Longhouse is filled with the quiet hum of life. The child sleeps soundly, his small body wrapped in the warmth of the furs, his chest rising and falling with each gentle breath. The mother watches him for a moment, her heart full. She knows that the journey ahead will not be easy, but she also knows that they are not alone. The community is strong, and together they will face whatever challenges come their way. As the wind picks up outside, the Longhouse stands firm, a testament to the strength of the earth, the strength of the community, and the strength of love. The fire burns steadily, and the women continue their work. Life continues, and the child grows. The world outside may be unpredictable, but within the walls of the Longhouse, there is peace. The legacy of survival, of love, and of resilience continues. The sun rises early, its golden light spilling gently over the longhouse, casting soft shadows that stretch across the floor. The days continue their slow, steady passage, the seasons now firmly entrenched in the rhythm of life. The summer's warmth, though lingering, is beginning to wane, its hold on the earth loosening as the cool breezes of autumn creep in. The trees outside, once thick with green leaves, now stand heavy with ripening fruit and the promise of the harvest. The land is alive, bursting with the bounty of nature's cycles, but it is also beginning to show signs of wear. The earth no longer as lush, the leaves turning, the quiet anticipation of the coming colder months settling in. Inside the longhouse, the fire burns steadily, crackling softly in the hearth. The women of the house move in and out of the room, tending to their tasks with a quiet intensity. There is no rush here, no sense of hurry. Each movement is deliberate, measured, a part of the larger rhythm that governs their days. The hearth is stoked with care, the meals prepared with patience, the tools mended with the understanding that each action, no matter how small, plays a part in the larger goal: survival. The mother, though still carrying the quiet weight of responsibility, has begun to settle into a rhythm of her own. Her child, once so small and fragile, is now a toddler with a curious nature and a strong spirit. His laughter fills the longhouse, his tiny feet pattering across the floor, his hands reaching for everything he can touch, exploring the world with the unrestrained joy of a child. She watches him, her heart swelling with a love that is deep and unwavering, but she also feels the weight of the world pressing down on her. The child is growing, and soon enough, the world outside the longhouse will become his to navigate, his to understand. She knows that the future is both a promise and a challenge. The child will one day face the same hardships, the same tests of endurance that she has faced. The land is not forgiving. The seasons are unpredictable, and the balance of life is always shifting. It is a constant reminder that survival is never guaranteed. It must be fought for, earned, and the mother, with all her love and care, will teach him the ways of the earth, of the land that has sustained their people for generations. She will teach him the quiet strength that has been passed down to her, the resilience to endure when the world grows harsh, and the wisdom to know when to yield. The days grow cooler now, and the nights are longer. The work of the harvest is upon them, gathering the fruits of their labor, storing what they can, and preparing for the inevitable return of winter. The women move through their tasks with a quiet resolve, the weight of the seasons pressing down on their shoulders. There is no time for idleness. The work must be done, for the world outside will soon grow colder, and the warmth of the hearth will be the only refuge they have. The child, though still small, is already learning the lessons of survival. He watches the women, his eyes wide with curiosity as they move about their work, his small hands reaching for whatever they hold. He mimics their movements, testing the world with his clumsy fingers, learning from their example. The mother smiles as she watches him, proud of the small steps he is taking toward understanding. She knows that he will learn what they have learned: how to respect the earth, how to work with it, how to care for what it provides. But she also knows that survival is not just about the land. It is about the heart, the strength to endure when the world tests you, when the weight of time and life seems too much to bear. She feels it too, the weight of time. She is raising not just a child, but the next generation, the one who will one day take her place, take the place of all those who have come before her. The earth does not stop, does not wait for anyone. The seasons will change, and the child will grow, but the work of survival will never end. The legacy of the people will continue, and it will be shaped by the lessons of the earth. the lessons passed down through generations, and the quiet strength that lies within each person. The healer, though her hands are busy with other tasks, always finds time to watch the child. Her eyes, though old and weathered with age, still carry the sharpness of experience. She sees the small moments of growth in him, the way his body is beginning to fill out, the way his tiny hands reach for the world. But she also sees something else, something deeper. She sees the quiet strength that runs through the veins of the people, the resilience that has kept them alive through generations. She sees it in the child, in the way he moves, in the way he watches the world. It is the same strength that has been passed down to the mother, the same strength that she will pass down to him. The healer does not speak of it often, but she knows that the child's future will not be without its challenges. Life is harsh, the world is unpredictable, and the earth can be cruel. But the strength of the heart, the resilience of the spirit, is what will carry him through. She has seen it in the past, and she knows that the same strength will carry the child through whatever comes his way. The mother, though she knows that life is not always kind, feels a deep peace in her heart. The child is growing, and she is doing what she can to prepare him. She is teaching him the lessons she has learned, passing down the wisdom of those who have come before her. The world outside will challenge him, but she knows that he will be ready. He will grow strong in the rhythms of the earth, in the love of his family, and in the quiet strength that has always sustained them. The mother watches him as he takes another hesitant step, his tiny feet unsteady but determined. Her heart swells with love, and she knows that, no matter what the future holds, they will face it together. The fire in the hearth burns steady, casting its warm glow across the longhouse, and the sounds of life continue in its quiet hum. The child grows, the seasons shift, and the world outside the longhouse remains unpredictable. But inside, there is a peace that comes from knowing that they are not alone. They are a part of something larger than themselves, something that stretches across time, across generations. They are part of the earth, part of the land, part of the legacy that has been passed down to them. And though the future is uncertain, there is strength in that knowledge. The work of survival continues, and the love of the community binds them all together. The mother watches her child, his small hands reaching for the world, his eyes filled with wonder. She knows that the world is both beautiful and cruel, but she also knows that he will face it with strength. He will walk the path that she has laid before him, and he will carve his own path as well. And when the time comes for him to walk into the world alone, she will know that he is ready. The longhouse remains warm, the fire burning steady, and life continues. The mother's heart is full, and the future, though uncertain, is filled with hope. For in this small, quiet corner of the world, they are safe, they are loved, and they are a part of something greater. And that, she knows, is all that she can give him. The seasons have turned, as they always do, bringing with them the slow change of the earth's rhythms. Autumn, though still lingering, is slipping into the quiet cold of winter. The days have grown shorter, the nights longer, and the winds outside have turned harsher, carrying with them the bite of the cold. The earth, though still full of the bounty of harvest, is now beginning to harden, as if bracing for the weight of the coming cold. The trees stand tall, their branches now bare, their leaves scattered on the earth like remnants of the summer's life. Inside the longhouse, the fire burns steady, its warmth filling the space as the wind howls outside. The women of the longhouse move through their tasks with the quiet efficiency that has become second nature. There is no time for idleness now, no time for hesitation. Winter is coming, and the work must be done. The animals need to be cared for. The food stores need to be prepared, and the warmth of the hearth must be maintained. But there is no rush, no panic. The rhythm of survival has settled into their bones. and they know that the work, though hard, is necessary. The earth will sleep for a time, but inside the longhouse, life continues. The child, now no longer a toddler but still small, grows stronger with each passing day. His steps are more confident now, his movements more deliberate. His small hands grasp at the world with purpose, reaching for the things he can see, feeling the world around him. He is learning, as children do, by watching the people around him. His eyes are full of curiosity, his heart full of wonder. But the world that surrounds him is not a simple one. It is a world of work, of survival, and of community. The child is becoming aware of the rhythms of life, of the small actions that bind them all together, of the way the women move in unison, working together for the same goal: survival. The mother watches him, her heart full. She sees the spark of life in him, the spark that will carry him through the years ahead. But she also feels the weight of what lies ahead. She knows that he will face the same challenges that she faced, that the world is both beautiful and brutal. The harshness of the seasons, the unpredictability of the land, the ever-present need for survival. All of these will one day be his to face. She cannot shield him from it. She cannot protect him from the world that will test him in ways she cannot predict. But she can teach him, just as she was taught. She can pass down the wisdom of the women who have come before her, the knowledge of the earth, the resilience of the spirit. She can prepare him for the hardships ahead. The healer, though often quiet in her work, watches the child with an almost reverent gaze. Her eyes, though weathered with age, are sharp, and she sees the changes in him, the way his eyes search the world around him, the way his small hands grasp for the things that interest him. She sees in him the same spark that she has seen in so many others. She has seen children grow into adults, and she knows that the path ahead will not be an easy one. Life is full of challenges, and survival is never guaranteed. But the healer also knows that there is strength in the lessons passed down, strength in the community, and strength in the land itself. The child, though small, carries within him the same resilience that has sustained their people for generations. He is part of the land, part of the earth, part of the cycle of life. As the days grow colder, the work inside the longhouse continues. The women move through their tasks, each one aware of the importance of their role. Some work on the hides, others gather what food they can, while a few check on the animals and tend to the hearth. There is no time for hesitation, no time for doubt. The future depends on their work, on their ability to come together as a community and ensure that survival is possible through the coming months. The mother, though weary from the work, finds strength in the rhythm of her life. She feeds her child, watches as he grows, and teaches him the small lessons that will one day shape his understanding of the world. She teaches him the ways of the earth, how to read the signs of the seasons, how to move with the world rather than fight against it. She teaches him the lessons that were taught to her, lessons that were passed down through generations of women who have survived in this harsh land. But there is also the weight of knowing that one day he will walk his own path. The future is uncertain, but she knows that he will face it with the strength of the community, with the lessons of the land, and with the quiet resilience that has carried their people through countless winters. The healer continues her work, offering guidance when needed, her hand steady as she tends to the sick and injured. Her eyes, though full of wisdom, are always focused on the future, on the generations to come. She knows that her time is limited, that the future will soon be in the hands of the younger women. But she also knows that the knowledge she has passed down will live on. The future is always uncertain, but there is strength in what has been learned, in the wisdom of the earth, in the power of community. As the winter settles in, the longhouse becomes a sanctuary from the cold, a place where the fire burns steady, and the warmth of life fills the space. The work continues, the rhythms of survival never ceasing. The child, now beginning to understand the world around him, moves with more confidence, his small hands reaching for the people he loves, for the life that is all around him. He will face the challenges of the world, just as his mother did, just as the generations before him did. But he will not face it alone. The community, the land, the legacy of his ancestors will be with him, shaping him, guiding him, supporting him. The mother watches him as he explores, as he grows, as he becomes more aware of the world. Her heart is full of love and pride, but there is also the quiet understanding that her role is not just to raise him, but to prepare him. The world is harsh and the future is uncertain. But she knows that he is strong, that he carries within him the same resilience that has carried their people for generations. The legacy of survival is not just about surviving, it is about understanding, about growing, about becoming part of something larger than oneself. The child will learn the lessons of the earth, the lessons of survival, and the lessons of love. And when the time comes, he will carry them forward, just as his mother carried them before him. The fire in the hearth burns steady, its warmth filling the longhouse. The child sleeps soundly in his furs, his small body curled up with the innocence of youth, unaware of the challenges that lie ahead. The mother, though weary from the work of the day, finds solace in the quiet rhythm of the longhouse, in the steady pulse of life that continues within these walls. She knows that the world will not always be kind, that the earth is full of both beauty and cruelty. But she also knows that they are not alone. They are part of something larger, something ancient, something enduring. They are part of the land, part of the legacy of survival that has been passed down through generations. And in that knowledge, there is peace. Winter deepens its hold, the wind outside biting with a fierceness that only the land can conjure. The longhouse stands firm against the storms that rage beyond its walls, its thick timbers providing shelter against the harsh cold. The fire burns brightly in the hearth, casting a steady warmth across the room, its crackling sound a soft rhythm that fills the quiet space. The world outside may be in the grips of winter, but within these walls, life continues, steady and unyielding. The child, now older and full of energy, plays at the center of the longhouse, his small body moving with the unsteady grace of youth. His feet, though still not fully sure of their steps, carry him across the floor, and his small hands reach for anything within his grasp. His laugh, once an innocent sound, is now a louder expression of his joy, his tiny voice filling the longhouse with life. The mother watches him, her heart swelling with a pride and a love that fills her to the brim. She sees the spark of curiosity in his eyes, the unrelenting drive to explore the world around him, to understand it, to make it his own. But there is something else in her gaze as too, an awareness, a quiet understanding that her child is growing, changing, and that each day brings him closer to the future. She knows that soon enough, he will walk out into the world, not just as her child, but as someone who must face the challenges of life alone. She cannot shield him forever, and though her heart aches with the thought of it, she knows that this is the way of things. Her role is to guide him, to give him the strength, the knowledge, and the love to face what lies ahead. The child, though still so small, is already beginning to take in the world with the eagerness that only children possess. His eyes track the movements of the women as they work, his small hands grasping at everything within his reach. His voice, still full of the gurgling sounds of early speech, now carries more intent. He is starting to form words, to express himself, to connect the world with his words. Each day, his understanding grows, and with it, his desire to explore, to understand, and to be part of the world around him. The mother teaches him what she knows. She shows him how to tend the fire, how to feed the animals, how to respect the land and the earth. She speaks to him of the seasons, of the way the earth moves in rhythms that are both predictable and wild, and of the cycles that have sustained their people for generations. She teaches him the quiet wisdom that has been passed down through the women of the Longhouse, the understanding that survival is not just a matter of strength, but of respect, of balance. She will not force him to follow her path, but she will give him the tools to carve out his own. The days pass in the quiet rhythm of winter, each one slipping gently into the next. The work of survival continues, as it always does. The women gather, weave, mend, and prepare, working together with a quiet resolve that has become second nature. The warmth of the hearth, the smell of roasting meat and boiling broth, the sound of the baby's laughter, and the murmurs of conversation. All of these things create a tapestry of life that is both simple and profound. Within these walls, the world may feel small, but it is also full of life, full of love, and full of purpose. The healer, though she is often busy with tending to the sick and injured, finds time to check in on the child. Her hands are still steady, her eyes sharp with the wisdom of age, and she watches him grow with a quiet sense of pride. She sees the same spark in him that she has seen in so many others before him. The drive to learn, to explore, to understand. She knows that the world will challenge him, that life is never easy, but she also knows that he will have the strength to face whatever comes. The healer's role is not just to tend to the sick or to heal the wounded. It is to pass on the knowledge that has been handed down through generations. The knowledge of the land, the knowledge of the body, the knowledge of the spirit. She does not speak of these things often, but they are present in the way she moves, in the quiet wisdom that radiates from her. She sees the future in the child, in the way he watches the world around him with wonder and curiosity. She sees the same resilience in him that has carried their people through countless seasons, through times of plenty and times of hardship. And she knows that one day he will walk his own path, but he will never walk it alone. As the winter winds howl outside, the longhouse remains a place of warmth and comfort. The hearth crackles steadily, and the women work in harmony, their efforts flowing seamlessly into one another. The child, now a little older, sits near the fire, his small hands tracing the patterns in the dirt, his eyes following the women as they move about their tasks. He is learning, in ways too subtle for words, how to be part of this world, how to contribute to the community. And his mother watches him, her heart full, knowing that each moment, each lesson, is part of the legacy she is building for him. Have you ever thought about the small moments that shape us, the quiet lessons that we learn without even knowing we are learning them? How often do we take for granted the things that have been passed down to us, the things that are woven into the very fabric of our lives, the things that we learn just by being part of something larger than ourselves? The woman feels it now, the weight of the lessons she is teaching, the weight of the legacy she is passing on to her child. She is not just raising him to survive, she is raising him to understand the land, to understand the people, to understand the quiet rhythm of life that has carried their people through countless generations. The lessons are not always obvious, not always clear, but they are there in every moment, in every shared task, in every word spoken. She sees the future in his eyes, the same future that has been passed down through the generations, the same future that awaits all who walk the earth. The winter stretches on, each day blending seamlessly into the next. The days are filled with work, with lessons, with the quiet rhythms that sustain their lives. The mother continues to teach her child, the healer continues to offer guidance, and the women of the longhouse continue to work together, their efforts intertwined, each one playing a role in the survival of the whole. The future is never certain, but there is strength in their unity, in their shared purpose, in the knowledge that they are not alone. The child grows, learning the lessons of the earth, of the community, and of love. And though the world beyond the longhouse may be harsh and unpredictable, within these walls there is peace. The fire burns steady, the hearth warms the room, and the child, though still small, is growing strong. The mother watches him, her heart full of love and pride, knowing that though the road ahead may be uncertain, they will face it together, and together they will endure. The longhouse remains as it has always been, a constant amid the changing seasons, standing firm against the winds of winter and the coming warmth of spring. The days now lengthen, and with them, the earth begins to stir from its slumber. The biting cold of winter has retreated, its grip loosening, and the first whispers of spring are carried on the wind, soft and tentative at first, but unmistakably present. The sun rises higher each day, its light filling the longhouse with a gentle warmth that slowly spreads across the floor, melting the last remnants of winter's chill. The earth outside, though still showing signs of the harshness it endured, begins to soften, the ground slowly yielding to the promise of new growth. Inside the longhouse, the work continues. The hearth remains warm, its steady crackling sound a constant rhythm that fills the room. The women of the longhouse move through their tasks with a quiet, practiced efficiency, each one aware of the importance of what must be done. The time for rest is fleeting, and the work of preparing for the new season must be done now. The animals must be tended to, the grain harvested and stored, and the tools repaired and sharpened. The days are busy, but there is a sense of purpose that fills the air, a quiet energy that drives the work forward as the earth begins its slow awakening. The child, though still small, is now well accustomed to the rhythms of life in the longhouse. His small hands grasp at the things around him, his steps more confident with each passing day. His laughter fills the room, and his bright eyes follow the women as they move about their tasks. He is learning, taking in the world through his observations, mimicking their movements, testing the limits of what he can do. His curiosity is boundless, and he seems to discover something new every day. The mother watches him, her heart full, but there is also the quiet realization that he is no longer the small, helpless child he once was. He is growing, and soon he will be a part of the community in ways that she cannot predict. She feels the weight of it now, the weight of the future. Though he is still so small, she can already see the path ahead of him. The lessons she has passed down to him, the wisdom of the earth, and the knowledge of survival will shape the man he becomes. But it is not just survival that she must teach him. It is how to live, how to navigate the complexities of the world that lies beyond the longhouse. The world is unpredictable, full of both beauty and cruelty, and she knows that he must be prepared for what lies ahead. She cannot shield him from the hardships, but she can give him the tools to face them with strength, with resilience, and with wisdom. Have you ever felt the weight of preparing someone for the unknown? The knowledge that the world is both wondrous and frightening, and that you must give them everything you have to help them face it, even when you know you cannot protect them from every storm? The mother has already begun to teach him the small lessons that will guide him through the world. She shows him how to tend the animals, how to care for the fire, how to listen to the sounds of the earth. She teaches him the rhythms of the seasons, the way the land shifts, the way the winds change, the way the plants and animals follow their own cycles. She teaches him patience, for the land will not give of itself easily, and it will not yield to haste. She teaches him respect, for the earth is a powerful force, and survival depends on understanding its laws. But she also teaches him love for the land, love for the community, and love for the people who have carried their knowledge forward through generations. The women of the longhouse have always been bound by this shared love, a love that sustains them, even in the darkest of times. They work together, live together, and raise their children together, knowing that survival depends not just on strength, but on unity. The mother teaches her child the same lesson, that they are part of something larger, something that stretches beyond themselves, beyond the walls of the longhouse. The healer, though now spending much of her time in quiet reflection, continues to watch over the child. She has seen the spark of life in him, the same spark that she has seen in so many others before him. She watches as he grows, learning from the people around him, from the earth beneath his feet. She knows that he will face his own challenges, but she also knows that he has within him the resilience to survive. The healer has seen so much in her years: the fragility of life, the strength of the earth, the way the two are intertwined. She knows that survival is not just about fighting the world around you. It is about understanding it, respecting it, and finding your place within it. And so, as the days lengthen and the earth begins to stir, the mother and the healer work together, passing down the wisdom of the generations. They teach the child not just the practical lessons of survival, but the deeper truths that will guide him through his life. They teach him the importance of balance, of understanding that life is fragile, and that survival is not just a matter of physical strength. It is about strength of spirit, strength of community, and the ability to adapt to the changing world. The work continues, as it always does. The women of the longhouse move through their tasks, each one contributing to the larger whole. The mother teaches her child, the healer watches over them, and the community continues its quiet, unyielding march through the seasons. The child grows, his body filling out, his mind expanding, his heart filling with the lessons of survival and love. He learns to walk the rhythms of the earth, to understand the cycles of the seasons, and to live within the balance of nature. But though the work continues, there are moments of quiet peace. The child, though small, is becoming a part of the larger community, a part of the land, a part of the legacy that has been passed down for generations. And in the quiet moments, when the fire burns low, when the winds howl outside, and when the child sleeps soundly in the warmth of the firs, the mother knows that they are part of something greater. They are part of a cycle that stretches back through time, a cycle that will continue long after they are gone. And as the earth begins its slow shift into spring, the cycle of life continues, steady and unbroken. The child, though still small, is growing into his place in the world, and the legacy of survival, of love, and of resilience continues to be passed down through the generations. The world may be unpredictable, but within the walls of the longhouse, there is peace, there is warmth, there is love, and there is the quiet strength of the earth that sustains them all. Spring arrives with the gentlest of whispers, the earth softening as the last traces of winter retreat into the shadows. The sun, once a shy visitor, now stays longer in the sky, its light spilling across the land in ever-increasing waves, chasing the cold away. The longhouse, though familiar and unyielding in its structure, feels the shift of seasons. The air is fresher, lighter, carrying with it the scent of earth and new growth. Outside, the first buds begin to appear on the trees, and the ground, though still damp from the winter's thaw, is beginning to yield the first tender shoots of spring. Inside the longhouse, the fire in the hearth burns less intensely, but the warmth still seeps into the bones of all those who are gathered within. The mother watches the child as he grows, his small hands reaching for the world with increasing curiosity and confidence. The laughter that once rang with the simplicity of a baby now carries with it the awareness of a toddler discovering his place in the world. He is no longer just an observer of life. He is becoming an active participant. His small feet take him across the longhouse with purpose, his eyes wide as they absorb everything around him. He is learning, not just from his mother, but from the entire community that surrounds him. His steps are no longer unsteady, though still small, and his words, though still few, now carry meaning. He calls out to the women of the longhouse, his voice a soft sound filled with questions, reaching for something, anything, that he can touch, hold, or understand. His hands grasp the tools his mother uses, the herbs the healer collects, the animals the women tend. His small fingers follow the work they do, mimicking the movements of the women with an intensity that seems too much for someone so young. His mind is a sponge, soaking in everything, his world expanding with every step he takes. The mother watches him with a quiet, protective pride. She knows that each small movement, each discovery, is shaping him into the person he will one day become. She teaches him the ways of the earth, the rhythms of planting, of growing, of harvesting. She shows him the importance of the soil, the way the plants rely on the sun, the rain, and the care of those who tend them. She teaches him respect for the land that has given them life, for the earth that has shaped their people's history. And in each lesson, she feels the weight of generations before her, of the women who have passed down their knowledge, their love, and their strength. But she also feels the quiet pressure of the future, the knowledge that her time, though it may stretch long, will eventually come to an end. Her child, now walking, now learning, will one day carry on the lessons she has taught him, and those lessons will evolve as he shapes his own life. He will take his place in the world, just as she did, just as those before her did. She watches him, knowing that her role as his protector and guide is finite, but she also knows that the lessons she imparts are not just about survival. They are about life. They are about resilience, about the ability to stand firm against the winds of change, and about the quiet strength that comes from love and community. Have you ever thought about the role you play in someone's life? How your actions, your words, your lessons will shape them? What it would feel like to know that one day they will walk their own path, guided by the knowledge you've shared with them, but also shaped by the world around them? And what does it mean to teach not just survival, but how to live in a world that is ever changing? The healer, though often busy with her quiet work of tending to the sick and the wounded, has noticed the changes in the child. Her eyes, ever observant, catch the small shifts, the way his hands grasp at the world with growing determination, the way his tiny feet find their balance more swiftly, the way he begins to imitate the actions of the women around him. She sees the spark of life in him, the same spark she has seen in so many others before him. She knows that the road ahead will not be easy for him, just as it has not been easy for any of them. Life, after all, is a struggle to survive, to thrive, to understand the world that they must navigate. But the healer also knows that this child, like all others before him, carries with him the legacy of the generations before him. He carries the strength of the earth, the resilience of his ancestors, and the wisdom that has been passed down through time. She watches as the mother teaches him, guiding him with gentle hands, and she sees in their bond the power of community, the way the women of the longhouse have always worked together to raise the next generation. The healer knows that this child is not just the responsibility of the mother. He is the responsibility of the whole community. They are all part of the same cycle, part of the same legacy, and their survival depends on the strength of their unity. The longhouse, though a simple shelter, is a testament to that unity. It stands strong, its walls worn smooth by years of use, its roof patched and mended with the same care that has been given to it since its construction. Within its walls, there is warmth, there is life, and there is community. The women move together, each one contributing to the whole, each one understanding the importance of their role in the survival of the group. The child grows in this environment, learning not just from his mother, but from the entire community. He watches the women work, watches them share their knowledge, watches them pass down the lessons of the earth and the wisdom of their ancestors. And so, the child grows, his hands more sure now, his steps more confident. His voice, though still small, is beginning to form the words that will shape his understanding of the world. He begins to understand the rhythm of the earth, the cycles of the seasons, the importance of the soil, the life that springs from the ground. He watches the women move about their work, and he begins to mimic them, his tiny hands reaching for the tasks that they perform with such grace and purpose. The mother teaches him the small things, how to hold the fire's warmth close, how to plant seeds in the earth, how to listen to the rhythms of the world. She teaches him the importance of patience, the understanding that growth takes time. She teaches him that survival is not just about the body, it is about the spirit. It is about knowing when to bend and when to stand firm, when to yield and when to fight. She teaches him the quiet strength that has been passed down through generations, and she knows that one day he will carry that strength forward. As the days pass and spring grows fuller, the world outside the longhouse comes alive with new growth. The earth is warm, and the plants, once hidden beneath the snow, now stretch toward the sky, their tendrils reaching for the light. The trees, once bare and desolate, are now thick with leaves, and the birds, once silent in the cold, fill the air with their songs. It is a time of renewal, of rebirth, and of promise. The land, though unpredictable, has given its bounty, and it is a reminder that life is ever-changing, ever-growing, and ever-enduring. The child, though still small, is learning the cycles of the earth. He is learning the rhythm of life, of survival, and of love. He is becoming part of the world, part of the earth, part of the legacy that has been passed down through generations. The mother watches him, and she knows that, though the road ahead will be filled with challenges, he will face it with the strength that has always been part of their people. He will stand tall, as the earth stands tall, and he will carry forward the lessons of the past, just as those who came before him did. The air grows richer with the sense of the earth as the days stretch longer and the world outside the longhouse awakens fully. The earth, no longer bound by the cold grip of winter, pulses with new life. The once barren trees are now dressed in vibrant greens, and the air carries the sweetness of blossoms beginning to unfurl. The land is a canvas, painted with the lush greens of grass and the quiet growth of new life. The rains have come, gentle and persistent, coaxing the soil to give its gifts, grain, vegetables, fruits, and herbs that will sustain them through the year. Inside the longhouse, the fire no longer roars with the intensity of winter. It is a gentle warmth, sustaining the community through the cool mornings and evenings. The sound of its crackling embers forms the backdrop to the steady hum of life within the walls. The work continues, as it always does, the preparation for what will come. The women continue their tasks, their hands moving with practiced ease to mend, cook, and weave. Their movements are familiar, marked by the cadence of survival, of community, of time. The child, though still small, has begun to shift from the safety of his mother's arms to the world beyond. His steps, though unsteady, grow more confident with each day. His laughter, once the soft sound of a baby, now rings out with the exuberance of a toddler discovering the vast world around him. His small hands grasp for whatever is within his reach: sticks, stones, leaves, and the hands of those who pass by him. His eyes, wide and curious, take in everything, absorbing the details of the world he will one day navigate on his own. The mother watches him closely, her heart swelling with both pride and the quiet weight of the passing time. She feels a pull in her chest as she realizes how much he has changed, how quickly he is becoming someone separate from her. He is learning, growing, becoming his own person. And while there is joy in watching him grow, there is also the deep knowing that her role in his life is shifting. She is no longer just his protector, his caretaker. She is now the one teaching him, guiding him through the small lessons that will eventually lead to larger ones. The world that awaits him is uncertain, but it is also filled with potential. He will not walk it alone, though. He will carry with him the lessons of the earth, the wisdom of the community, and the love that has been passed down through generations. Her days, though still filled with the work of survival, are also marked by these small moments of reflection. She thinks of the women who came before her, the mothers, the daughters, the grandmothers who raised children in this land, who passed down their knowledge, their strength, their love. They lived through cycles of plenty and cycles of hardship, yet they persevered. They understood that life was fragile, that survival was not guaranteed, but they also understood that the community was what made survival possible, and she knows that she is now a part of that long line, a thread in the tapestry of their shared history. Have you ever thought about the generations that came before you? The ones who passed down their wisdom, their strength, their resilience, so that you could stand where you are today? What does it mean to carry that weight forward? How does it feel to know that the past is never truly gone, but lives on in the lessons, the love, and the resilience that continue to shape the future? The healer, though often moving silently through her tasks, has a steady eye on the child. She watches the way his hands grasp at the air, the way his tiny steps are filled with both uncertainty and determination. There is something in his gaze, something that she has seen in many children before him, a hunger for life, a hunger for understanding. The healer has seen the passage of time in all its forms: births, deaths, struggles, triumphs. She knows that the journey ahead is not always a smooth one. Life will challenge him, as it challenges all who walk the earth. But she also knows that he has the strength to face whatever comes his way. She is not as young as she once was. Her hands, though still steady, have weathered many seasons, many hardships. Yet there is still a quiet strength in her, one that comes from years of experience, from knowing the land, the rhythms, the deep, unspoken wisdom that comes from living in tune with nature. She has passed on what she knows, but she also understands that the child, in his own time, will make his own discoveries. The world is his to navigate, just as it was for her, and just as it was for the generations before her. The healer sees the child as a continuation of all that has come before, and she knows that he will grow strong in the same way that the earth grows strong after a storm. His roots, though small now, are taking hold, and they will grow deep with each passing year. The earth has always been the great teacher, and it will teach him, just as it has taught all who came before him. The healer's role is not just to heal the body, but to guide the spirit, to offer wisdom when it is needed most. And she knows that the child, though still young, is already learning the most important lesson of all, that life, in all its beauty and hardship, is to be embraced with resilience, patience, and love. The work continues, and the rhythms of life unfold. The longhouse is alive with activity, the women moving in harmony, their efforts contributing to the larger whole. The mother, though often busy with her own tasks, takes time to teach her child, to guide him as he begins to explore the world around him. She speaks to him of the earth, of the seasons, of the ways that the plants grow, of the animals they care for, of the delicate balance between all things. Each day, she imparts another lesson, another piece of the wisdom she has inherited. She knows that one day he will carry these lessons with him, that they will become part of who he is, just as they are part of who she is. The child listens, his small eyes wide as he watches the world unfold around him. He is still learning the small things, the names of plants, the way to treat the animals, the quiet understanding that comes from respecting the earth. But soon, those lessons will give way to larger ones. He will learn how to hunt, how to plant, how to build, how to protect. And when the time comes for him to walk out into the world, he will do so with the strength of the community, with the lessons of the earth and with the love of his family guiding him. And so, the circle continues. The earth grows, the seasons turn, and life moves forward. The child grows, learning the ways of the world, guided by the love and wisdom of his mother, the healer, and the women of the longhouse. The world may be uncertain, but in the warmth of the longhouse, in the bond of community, there is a peace that carries them through. The fire burns steady, the hearth continues to warm them, and the child, though still small, is becoming the person he will one day be. The legacy of those who have come before them lives on, woven into the very fabric of their lives. The earth, the community, the love, they are the foundation of all that is to come. And in this quiet, steady rhythm of life, they are reminded that though the world is ever changing, the strength of the earth, the love of family, and the resilience of the human spirit will always endure. Spring fully settles in, bringing with it the fresh scent of new life. The warmth of the sun becomes a steady presence in the longhouse, its golden light stretching across the floor, casting gentle shadows and offering the longed-for respite from the cold. The wind outside no longer carries the sharpness of winter, but instead whispers of the soft, life-giving rains that nourish the earth. The trees are thick with leaves, their branches swaying gently as they sway to the rhythm of the winds. The earth is rich, fertile, and full of promise. Each blade of grass, every budding flower, and every newly unfurled leaf is a reminder that life is in a constant state of renewal. Inside the longhouse, the fire in the hearth is not as fiercely needed, but it still provides warmth and comfort during the cooler evenings and mornings. The sound of its crackling embers fills the room, familiar and soothing. The women move with steady, practiced movements as they continue their work. The days are long and full, and the work of preparing for the year ahead is relentless. The women gather food, mend clothing, care for the animals, and tend to the plants. But beneath this work, there is a quiet sense of anticipation. Anticipation that the harvest will be abundant, that the land will give generously, that the challenges of the year will be met with strength and unity. The child, now older and more confident in his movements, is becoming a part of this steady rhythm of life. He moves freely throughout the longhouse, his small feet padding softly on the floor. His hands grasp at the tools and materials the women use, and he watches intently as they work. His curiosity is boundless, and each day brings new discoveries. He watches the animals being cared for, the plants being harvested, the fires being tended. Each action he observes is a lesson in itself. His small fingers reach for the tools his mother uses, and although he is far from mastering them, the desire to be part of the work is clear. His little hands are busy, his bright eyes filled with understanding, even if unspoken. He is learning, and the world he is growing into is one that he will soon navigate with a quiet strength of his own. The mother watches him, her heart full of both love and concern. She knows that the time is coming when she will have to let go. The child will grow, he will learn, and he will step into the world beyond the longhouse. But for now, she is content in watching him grow within the safety of this space, under the watchful eyes of the women who surround him. The child's world, for now, is still small, confined to the walls of the longhouse, the small patch of land they have cultivated, and the hands that care for him. But she knows that one day he will walk beyond it, and that the legacy she is shaping will be carried forward into the larger world. Her role, though constantly evolving, remains rooted in the quiet rhythm of survival. She teaches him what she knows, not just with words, but with actions. She teaches him patience, respect, and the importance of listening to the world around him. The earth, the land, the community. These are the lessons that will shape him. These are the lessons that she is passing down, as they have been passed down through generations of women before her. The mother has already begun to feel the quiet weight of legacy pressing down on her, the knowledge that she is raising not just her child, but the future of their people. She speaks to him softly, teaching him the ways of the earth, the rhythms of planting and harvesting, the care of animals, the importance of respecting nature's cycles. She teaches him that survival is not simply about gathering food, it is about understanding the earth, working with it, not against it. She speaks to him of the balance that must be struck between hard work and rest, between care and endurance. The lessons are not always clear-cut, but they are embedded in the rhythm of the day. It is through the work itself that the knowledge is passed down, through the work of planting, of tending to the fires, of weaving, of mending. The healer, though her own time is filled with the work of tending to the ill, the injured, and the elderly, is often present, watching over the child with the quiet wisdom of her years. Her hands, though worn with age, move with the same steady precision that has guided her through countless seasons. She observes the child with a silent understanding, her eyes reflecting the depth of her experience. She knows that the world the child will face will be full of both wonder and difficulty. It is a world that demands resilience, that requires an understanding of the cycles of life and death, of growth and decay. The healer has seen the fragility of life, the way it can be so easily lost, and the way it can also be so easily nurtured. But the healer also knows that the child will be strong. He will grow with the lessons of survival, of endurance, and of wisdom. He will face challenges, just as the women before him have faced them, but he will also be nurtured by the love of the community, by the wisdom of the land, and by the quiet strength that runs through his people. The healer's role is not just to tend to the body, it is to ensure that the spirit remains strong as well. The child will need both to thrive. The days grow warmer, the earth rich with promise, and the work continues. The harvest approaches, and the women of the longhouse work together to prepare for what is to come. The child, though still young, is becoming more and more a part of the rhythms of the work. He helps gather the firewood, carries water, and even helps tend to the animals. His small hands are beginning to understand the delicate balance between care and hard work. He watches the older women, observing how they move, how they speak, how they shape the world around them. He is learning in his own way what it means to live in harmony with the land, to respect its rhythms, and to understand that survival is not an isolated effort, it is a shared responsibility. And as the world outside flourishes, the child flourishes too. He continues to grow, his body becoming more sturdy, his mind more aware. He is not just learning from his mother, but from the entire community. The women teach him the small things, how to pick herbs, how to mend a small tear in his clothing, how to speak to the animals with care. He is becoming a part of the larger cycle, a part of the legacy that has been passed down to him. His steps are more confident, his voice more distinct. He is no longer just a small child. He is becoming a young boy, one who will soon face the challenges of the world beyond the longhouse. The days continue, each one marked by the quiet rhythms of the earth. The longhouse remains a place of warmth, of love, of shared purpose. The mother watches her child, proud of his growth, but also filled with a quiet sense of responsibility. She knows that the future is not certain, but she has given him the tools to face it. She has taught him what she knows, and in doing so, she has ensured that the lessons of the past will not be lost. The child will carry them forward, just as she has carried them forward. And in this way, the cycle continues. As the spring days stretch into summer, the longhouse continues its quiet rhythm, each day a small part of the greater whole. The child grows, The women work, and the earth gives of itself, just as it always has. The legacy of survival, of love, and of community is passed down through the generations, each one contributing to the strength of the whole. And though the future remains uncertain, there is peace in knowing that they are not alone. They are part of something larger than themselves, something that stretches across time and generations, something that will endure as long as the earth itself. The winds of spring have softened, but the quiet presence of the past seasons lingers in the air, woven into the fabric of the earth. Summer is now more than a promise. It is a reality, and the land has responded in kind. The earth is full, abundant, rich with color and life, as though the world itself is stretching, breathing, growing. The fields are heavy with crops that need to be harvested, and the trees are thick with fruit that begs to be gathered. The land, though generous, is still bound by cycles, cycles that have been observed for generations, cycles that the women of the Longhouse are deeply attuned to. They move in harmony with it, their days filled with the quiet rhythm of labor that sustains them, yet offers them peace. The Longhouse, though worn by time, continues to stand strong. Its sturdy walls hold the warmth of life within, protecting it from the encroaching forces outside. The hearth remains steady, the fire casting its comforting glow across the room. The women go about their tasks, still steady in their purpose, mending, weaving, cooking, gathering. Every action, no matter how small, contributes to the survival of the whole. The child, now no longer a toddler, has grown into a young boy, his presence an essential part of the household. His small hands, once uncoordinated and clumsy, now work with more precision. His curiosity, though still boundless, is tempered with the beginning of a deeper understanding of the world around him. The mother watches him as he follows the women, his eyes wide as he mimics their movements. He helps with the smaller tasks, the ones he can manage with his still small hands. But there is a determination in him that speaks of his growing understanding of the world. He gathers herbs with the healer, carries water with his mother, and tends to the animals alongside the women. His small steps are becoming more confident with each passing day, as if he too has found his rhythm in the larger dance of life. The future, though still a long way off, feels closer with each moment that passes. The weight of time presses on the mother's chest, but not in a way that is burdensome. It is a quiet, almost reverent pressure, as she sees her child begin to make his way through the world. He is becoming a part of the rhythm that has existed long before him, and she feels both pride and sadness in the knowledge that, soon enough, he will walk his own path. She watches him, the small steps he takes now turning into bigger strides. Each word he speaks, each new discovery he makes, brings him closer to a future she cannot entirely protect him from. Yet she knows that her role, though it may soon change, will always be rooted in these small moments, these daily acts of love and care that lay the foundation for what is to come. Her role as his guide will soon transform into something else, something she knows, but has yet to fully understand. The land will teach him, as it taught her, as it taught the generations before her. There will come a time when the child will need to stand on his own, when the lessons of survival will be tested in ways she cannot prepare him for. The earth, though it provides, is never without its dangers, and she knows that the world outside the Longhouse is full of challenges he will need to face. Her heart aches, not with fear, but with the quiet understanding that this is the way of life. Children grow, and one day, they become the caretakers of the lessons passed down to them. The torch must be passed, and the cycle continues. Have you ever had to let go of someone you loved, knowing that they would one day have to face the world on their own? How does it feel to know that the love you give them will one day carry them forward, even when you cannot protect them from every hardship they may encounter? The healer, though often lost in her work of tending to the sick and weary, has taken notice of the child's growth. Her keen eyes observe his every movement, his small hands grasping at the plants he gathers, his eyes learning to read the signs of the earth. She watches him in the same way she has watched every child before him, with patience and care, knowing that his journey will not be an easy one, but it will be one filled with the same resilience that has carried their people through countless generations. She sees the changes in him, the way his small steps are growing more confident, the way his hands are becoming steadier, the way his curiosity has deepened. He is no longer simply the observer of life. He is becoming a part of it. The healer knows that the lessons he is learning now will one day guide him through the harder moments that lie ahead. Survival in this world is not just about strength. It is about understanding, about knowing when to bend and when to stand firm, about being able to read the land and its rhythms. It is about respect for the earth and respect for the people who live upon it. The healer's eyes soften as she watches the child, and for a moment she feels the weight of the future, of all that he will face. It is a burden, yes, but it is also a gift that she has witnessed many times over. The future is never certain, but there is comfort in knowing that the knowledge of the past, the wisdom of the earth, and the strength of the community will always be there to guide the next generation. As the earth continues to warm and the seasons begin to turn, the child, though still small, is growing in ways that are visible to everyone. He is learning to care for the animals, to tend to the hearth, to listen to the wisdom of the land and the people around him. His role, though still small, is becoming more defined. He is no longer simply the one who receives. He is beginning to give, beginning to contribute in ways that are meaningful. The women of the Longhouse, though they are busy with their own work, have taken note of the changes in him. They see his eagerness to be part of the rhythms of life, and they encourage him, guiding him as they would one of their own children. The days pass, and with each one, the child grows. His small hands grasp at the world with increasing purpose. His small feet carry him more confidently across the ground. He is learning, discovering, becoming. And the mother, though still filled with love and care, is slowly coming to terms with the fact that he is no longer a child in need of constant protection. The child is becoming a part of the world, a part of the larger cycle that has sustained their people for generations. As the sun sets on another long day, the Longhouse remains a place of warmth, a place of refuge from the world outside. The fire burns low, casting a gentle glow across the room. The child sleeps soundly in the furs, his small body curled up in the warmth of the family, of the community. The mother watches him, her heart full of love, knowing that the time is coming when she will need to let go. But for now, in this quiet moment, there is peace. The future, though uncertain, will unfold, and the child will carry with him the lessons of the earth, the love of the community, and the strength of generations past. The Longhouse stands firm against the changing winds, a quiet testament to the endurance of life, of love, and of legacy. The child grows, the seasons pass, and the earth continues its slow, inevitable journey through time. The earth, always turning, always shifting, holds within its rhythms a steady pulse that has carried life through the ages. As summer stretches into full bloom, the warmth of the sun feels all-encompassing, wrapping itself around the land and filling the Longhouse with a golden light. The days grow hotter, the nights shorter, and the wind carries with it the scent of the fertile earth, the promise of abundance, the sweetness of life in full bloom. The trees, heavy with fruit, bend toward the earth, offering their bounty. The fields are lush, green, and full, ready to yield the rewards of the season's labor. Life is thriving in every corner of the earth, a reminder that, though the winters are long and harsh, the spring and summer hold the promise of growth and renewal. Inside the longhouse, the warmth of the hearth still lingers, though it is now more of a gentle companion than the fierce protector it had been in the cold months. The work of the day continues, steady and uninterrupted. The women of the longhouse move through their tasks with the quiet efficiency that has been honed over generations. They are still busy with the harvest, gathering what the earth has generously given, storing what they can, and preparing for the coming of the colder months. The rhythms of life, though familiar, are ever shifting, always requiring attention, always demanding respect. The child, now on the cusp of boyhood, continues to grow. His small hands, once unsure in their movements, are now capable of grasping and holding with purpose. His eyes, full of curiosity, take in the world around him, his gaze moving with intent as he observes the actions of the women in the longhouse. He watches them as they work, gathering herbs, picking fruits, caring for the animals, and he imitates their movements, learning the tasks that will one day be his to do. His voice is no longer the soft gurgles of a baby. It has become more distinct, more purposeful, his words growing stronger with each passing day. The mother watches him with a quiet pride. She sees the spark of curiosity that drives him, the same spark that once drove her, the same spark that has driven generations of her people. He is no longer just an observer of life. He is becoming a participant, learning the ways of survival, the lessons of the earth, and the rhythms of their people. She knows that soon he will be old enough to contribute in ways that are more than just mimicry. He will take on tasks of his own, planting seeds, tending to the animals, gathering herbs. But even as he grows, she knows that her role as his guide is not over. She will continue to teach him, not just the practical lessons of survival, but the deeper lessons that will guide him through life. Her heart is full of love and hope for him, but it is also full of the quiet recognition that he is moving ever closer to the future. She knows that, just as she has faced the challenges of the earth, so too will he, and just as the earth has been a teacher to her, it will be a teacher to him. The land, the seasons, the cycles, they are all a part of the inheritance she is passing down. She will teach him how to read the signs of the land, how to listen to the winds, how to respect the earth's bounty, and how to work in harmony with it. These lessons, passed down from generation to generation, are the true wealth of their people, and she knows that when the time comes for him to step beyond the walls of the longhouse, he will carry these lessons with him. The healer, though now often in the background of the daily work, still watches over the child with the quiet wisdom of age. She sees the small, subtle changes in him, the way his hands now hold things more steadily, the way his eyes track the movement of the world with growing awareness. She knows that the time is approaching when he will take his place in the work of the longhouse, in the labor that sustains their community. She has seen children grow before him, and she knows that though life is unpredictable, there is strength to be found in the continuity of the earth, in the knowledge that the cycles of nature have always provided what they need. She does not speak often, but when she does, her words carry the weight of generations. The healer's wisdom is not just in herbs and remedies, but in the deeper understanding of the land itself. She knows that the child will face his own struggles, that he will experience his own trials, but she also knows that with the right guidance, with the right connection to the earth, he will thrive. The earth, after all, is never simply a backdrop to life. It is life itself. It gives and it takes. It nurtures and it challenges. And it is through understanding these cycles that one learns to endure. The healer speaks quietly to the mother as they watch the child together, a simple conversation that has been shared between them for years. He will learn, as you did, and he will face challenges. The earth has never been kind, but it has always been generous if one knows how to read it. The mother nods, feeling the weight of the healer's words settle deep within her. I know, she says softly, and I will teach him. Every day, I will teach him. The longhouse, filled with the steady hum of life, holds within its walls the quiet power of generations. The work continues, as it always has. The women move through their tasks with a rhythmic, almost musical flow, each one contributing in her own way to the survival of the whole. The child, now a young boy, is becoming more and more a part of that flow. He follows the women, watches them, and learns. His small hands grasp at the tools they use. His feet follow their steps. Each day, he grows in his understanding of the world and of his place within it. The cycles of the earth are long, and the lessons of survival are passed down slowly, almost imperceptibly. But in each moment, in each task, there is a thread of continuity, a reminder that the work of survival is never truly finished. The mother, the healer, and the women of the longhouse all know this, and it is this knowledge that binds them together. They are part of something larger, something that stretches beyond their individual lives. Their work is part of a much greater tapestry, woven through time and space, tied to the earth, and carried forward through each new generation. The child, though still small, is already beginning to understand this. He is learning that survival is not just about strength. It is about community. It is about respect. It is about understanding the land that sustains them. He is beginning to see that the rhythms of life are not to be fought against, but to be understood and worked with. He is learning the importance of patience, of waiting for the right moment to act, of listening to the earth and to those around him. These lessons, passed down through generations, are becoming a part of who he is. They are shaping him, just as the earth shapes the land. The world outside the longhouse may be unpredictable, but within these walls, there is a sense of stability, a sense that life continues, no matter what the seasons bring. The fire burns steady in the hearth, and the community continues its work. The child, though small, is growing into his place in the world. The future, though uncertain, is filled with promise. The legacy of survival, of love, of wisdom, and of resilience will continue to be passed down through him, just as it has been passed down through countless generations before him. And as he grows, he will carry that legacy forward into the world that lies beyond the longhouse. The longhouse, the hearth, the earth. These are the foundations upon which the future is built. And though the world may change, the cycles of life, the rhythms of the earth, and the strength of the community will endure. The warmth of summer slowly begins to fade as the days stretch shorter and the air grows crisp with the first hints of autumn. The earth, once heavy with the abundance of harvest, now settles into a quieter rhythm. The trees are no longer full of lush leaves, but stand stripped of their vibrant green, their branches reaching toward the sky like the gnarled fingers of old storytellers. The fields, though once filled with the bounty of nature's generosity, now lie dormant, waiting for the cold. The land is tired, preparing for the long sleep that winter brings. And though the world outside is quieter, the longhouse remains alive with the hum of work. The hearth still burns strong, its light flickering across the room, offering comfort as the outside world cools. The women move in their familiar rhythm, each task, whether gathering firewood or tending to animals, an essential part of their survival. The days are long, but they are filled with purpose. The preparation for winter begins in earnest. Food must be stored, the shelter made ready, and the warmth of the hearth maintained. It is not a time for rest, but for strength. Strength in numbers, strength in unity, strength in the land. The child, now nearing his early years, has changed in ways that cannot be ignored. He is no longer a toddler, but a young boy, whose voice carries more than just the innocence of youth. His hands, though still small, are more capable now, his fingers grasping and manipulating objects with increasing confidence. His small feet, which once stumbled with every step, now walk with a steadiness that is both endearing and sobering. He is no longer content to simply observe. His curiosity has grown into a quiet determination. He watches the women work, his eyes following their every movement, and he imitates them with a seriousness that surprises even the oldest of the women. Each day, he becomes more involved. He gathers sticks for the fire, helps carry water, and tends to the animals with a seriousness beyond his years. His small hands, once clumsy, are now able to complete simple tasks. He pulls the weeds from the herb garden with care, gathers small twigs for the kindling, and helps mend small holes in his clothing. His voice, though still soft, is filled with intent. He speaks more, not in full sentences yet, but enough to make himself understood. The mother watches him, her heart full. It is with a bittersweet pride that she sees how quickly he is growing. The child she once carried in her arms, the one who relied on her for everything, is now slowly, steadily, learning to do things on his own. He is becoming a part of the work of the Longhouse, a small but important thread in the fabric of their lives. But with each small step, she also feels the weight of the future pressing down on her. One day, he will leave the walls of the Longhouse, walk into the world on his own, and face the challenges that she cannot shield him from. There is a quiet sorrow in this realization. She knows that it is inevitable, that this is the way of life, the way all children must eventually walk their own paths. But there is also a deep sense of pride, knowing that he is growing strong, that he is learning the lessons of the earth and the wisdom of the generations before him. The world he will face is harsh, unpredictable, but it is also full of beauty, of wonder, and of love. He will learn these things, just as she did, and she will continue to teach him, to guide him, to prepare him for what lies ahead. The healer, though her body grows frail with age, continues to watch over the boy. She has seen him grow from the small, helpless infant he once was into the young boy he is now. Her hands may no longer be as steady as they once were, but her eyes still carry the sharpness of experience. She sees the way his small hands grasp at the world, the way his eyes take in the movement of life around him. She sees the resilience in him, the quiet strength that is slowly building beneath his small frame. She understands the weight of time, of watching a child grow, of seeing them face the challenges of life. She knows that the path ahead will not always be easy for him, just as it has not been easy for any of them. The world will test him, and it will test him in ways he cannot yet imagine. But the healer, with her years of knowledge and experience, knows that he will be strong. The land, though harsh at times, will be his teacher. The community, though small, will be his guide. And with the wisdom of the earth and the strength of the people around him, he will grow to face whatever the world brings. The healer speaks softly to the mother one evening as they sit by the fire, the boy asleep in the furs beside them. He grows strong, the healer says quietly, her voice filled with a mix of pride and understanding. But he will need more than strength. He will need the wisdom of the earth, the patience of the seasons. He will need the love of the people around him, for the world is not easily tamed. The mother nods, her eyes softening as she watches the child sleep, his small chest rising and falling with each breath. "I know," she replies softly, "and I will teach him all I know. But I also know that the world will teach him too. He will learn the hard lessons that come with life. I cannot protect him from that." The healer looks at the boy, her eyes filled with the quiet understanding that only comes with age. "No, you cannot," she agrees. "But you can give him the tools to face them, to walk through the world with strength, wisdom, and love, and that is enough." The fire in the hearth burns low, casting a soft glow over the room, and the two women sit in companionable silence, watching the boy sleep. The community, though small, is strong, and the lessons of survival and resilience will continue to be passed down. The child will grow, as all children do, and he will learn the rhythms of the earth, the lessons of survival, and the importance of community. The work of the Longhouse continues, as it always has, with no end in sight. The seasons will turn again, the world will shift, and the child will continue to grow. But within these walls, there is a sense of continuity, a sense of knowing that they are part of something larger than themselves, something that has existed for generations and will continue for generations to come. The earth will always be their teacher, the cycles will always return, and the love of the community will always endure. The mother, though her heart swells with love and pride, feels the quiet weight of time. She knows that her role is changing, that her child will soon face the world outside the Longhouse. But she also knows that the lessons she has passed down to him, the strength of the earth, the wisdom of the land, and the love of the community, will guide him as he steps into the future. The fire burns steadily, casting a warm glow across the room, and the child sleeps soundly, his small hands curled into fists at his side. The Longhouse stands firm, a testament to the strength of the earth, the strength of the people, and the strength of love.